the necessity of building a formidable foundation for a successful and impactful career in the law profession. By every young lawyer comes with such overwhelming demands for purposefulness and patience through a regimented process, caught by the vision to providing directions for young lawyers and aspiring lawyers. The author, while an undergraduate, chooses to develop a story around personal experiences, contemporary legal and social issues within and outside the legal space into a volume of comprehensible material, which today is The Lawyer in Embryo. The nascent vision of writing the book, though hatched by the author while an undergraduate, has since been polished and breathed upon by the industry experts, including reputable law professors and senior advocates of Nigeria who mentor and guide the author into redefining the contents and context of the book, not just into a well-researched material, but such an invaluable addition to legal education in Nigeria in particular and personal and career development in general. The Lawyer in Embryo as a literary work juxtaposes the demand and process of becoming a lawyer symbolically with the biological process, where a pregnant woman shoulders the responsibility of nurturing a fetus until birth. The book is a 7-chapter literary work that leverages mentorship to providing foundational blueprints for aspiring professionals desirous to rising through the ranks and files of their chosen career in law. The author deploys the tool of incorporating beautiful anecdotes with handy nuggets as well as happenings and illustrations around relevant contemporary legal and social issues to the advantage and benefit of the reading public, themed around determination, dedication, diligence, resilience, integrity, and hard work. The book is particularly, but not limited to, the benefit of young lawyers, aspiring lawyers, like law school students, law undergraduates, secondary school students, but also for the benefits of very lover of good books.
Thank you very much. That speaks volume. And I exceptionally appreciate this event because my father has authored 16 Christian books. He is a pastor, and I know what it means to write a book. If we understood the history of the book, we'll discover that he has written this book a long time ago. But the process it has taken to polish this book to get to this point is over 10 years. It is not an easy feat. He did not write this book because he feels he has the accumulation of all the wealth with him, of knowledge. He had to meet people so that the book will have value to everyone. He mixed with the elderly, he mixed with the younger, he mixed with the students, just to create something perfect. I have been able to peruse this book myself. And I would say in one word, I haven't read many books in my own little knowledge. It is a park of wonder. It is a park of wonder. And I know that as we listen to the reviewers of the book, we would have a better insight and a better knowledge into this book. And I want to especially congratulate the law students that are here. Because, while we were students, I would expect, or I would love, that I find a book as this that can shoot me forward, that can take me forward 10 years, or take me forward 15 years. Because after I finished the university, I asked myself, what have you learned in the university? Everything I learned did not make sense until I got into the law school. But a book like this would have helped to understand, foresee, give a better perspective of the future of the law profession. And we are just going to have a test of it, don't worry. We have very interesting packages. Sorry, I'm being very gentle. I will soon loosen up. And so we would have a test of it so that we can understand why this book is not an ordinary book. It's not something you find on the market and feel, yeah, many people have written books. Everybody has written book. This is very germane to the law profession. It adds value to every student that is here. And that's why we did not leave a stone unturned in ensuring that we can invite as many students as we could to this place. Possibly we are not able to reach all the campuses in Lagos who has law faculties, but we're sure we get them to those places so that they can also have a taste of this book. Please, can we give yourselves a round of applause?
All right. I'd like to welcome everyone once again. Some people walked in while the program was on, so we'd like to quickly recognize them. On our list, we have Sir Oladele Ojobede Esquire. You're welcome, sir.
We're happy to have you, sir.
You're welcome, sir. All right.
Can we jam our hands better, please? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We also have Mr. Funsho Oguleye. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We are pleased to have
sir. We also have Joshua Enkerewa. I'm so sorry if I did not get that correctly, but my apologies, sir. You're welcome. All right. We also have some other people here. We have Adeyemi Esther. I'll just run through the list. We're welcoming each and every one of you to this very magnificent book launch. So Adeyemi Esther Oluwakemi, Olatunji Olasukomi Amos. Please, let's clap as we hear their names. Thank you. Isaac Adebi, Adetutu Rachel Ajayi, Obaloluwa Peter, John Joel Talake, Adebayo Rakib Operemi, Adegoke Oyindamola Precious, Mary Moses, Favor Owoloku, Odulaja Oluwaseyi, Abayomi Daniel, Akin Agbe David, Bessie Obot, Femi Ajayi, Miriam Damilola, Akpan Ubon Daniel, Prince Charmin Olu, Abdul Karim Ade. I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Abdul Karim. You're all welcome. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. We are most pleased to have you. I would want to welcome again Sir Ulap Joshua Ekerenwe. I know you have been welcomed. I take fancy at your personality. I know you are the ECOS of the Oron Union, Lagos. Yes.
Please, you're welcome, sir.
I attended between 2016 and 2017. I attended the Maritime Academy of Nigeria in Oron, and I want to state that you are wonderful people. It took my wife to bring me back to Lagos. I should be stuck there. It took her to bring me back to Lagos. I almost decided to leave. I had a wonderful time. Well, welcome, sir. We are happy to have you. We're happy to have you, ma'am. God bless you. Very quickly, we want to have a very quick one to lighten the environment. We want to have a little perspection into the book we are having today. And I'm going to direct this specifically to the students we have. I want a volunteer from the University of Lagos and the Lagos State University to come and give us a perspective into what the profession of law entails. The profession of law entails. What do you think, in your opinion? Please feel safe. We are in the gathering of mostly law personnel, and we appreciate your presence. We want to have an insight into what you feel. What is your opinion of the legal profession? What is your opinion of the space that we find ourselves? Please, a volunteer from the Lagos State University, and maybe 2 volunteers from the University of Lagos. Very quickly, can you walk off stage? Very quickly, can you walk off stage? Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know, I do not believe, I know that you are law students, and I welcome you. I want you to introduce yourself briefly, and in few seconds or a minute, let us see what idea you have of the legal profession. Don't be too careful. Just, I want it to be raw and organic. I want it to be very, very natural.
Mr. Paul, let's start from ladies first. Okay, good day everyone. As earlier introduced, Omoyeni Femi Ajayi, a student from Lagos State University. I'm in my final year, and I can say that, thank you so much. I can say that the legal profession is really a lot that has to do with a lot of fanciful things and, deeper knowledge. I can remember in my first year where we were taught legal method, I think so. And we were told that one of the benefits of coming into the legal profession is to reset your notion, your predetermined notion, and, to bring in new knowledge. I can say that that has really been so true because, the 5 academic session has really changed my notion about a lot of things, about the society, the things the people see as normal, which are really not normal, and, the mindset of the layman. That's when I could understand that there is a layman and there's a legal person. And I can see that there are a lot of opportunities, really a very broad field of opportunities for a legal person. If you won't even practice as a lawyer, there are still several things you can do with the legal knowledge that you've acquired. And it's really opened my mind to reading books, exposing myself, trying to develop myself to be a better person. Imagine being a law student and other students from other faculties ask me a question and I can't answer. So it has really helped me to grow wide in a very wide space, and I can give answers to even students in sociology and students from the Faculty of Management Science, students from the Faculty of Social Sciences, taking our courses, and I'm able to, open their mind to more knowledge, and they're like, wow, like the law student has. So, this mindset they have that law students are proud. So, I just tell them that it's not that we are proud, it's just that we have more and deeper knowledge. So that's just something I want to thank you.
Wow, that was a very interesting one. What did you say your name is again? Omoyeni. That's very interesting. There's something I want to pick from what she said, that people in the legal profession are learned. So, call it pride. I don't know. We should be proud because we're learned. We're not laymen, right? So, that's a very good one. Thank you so much for that. All right. Please go ahead.
Good day, everyone. My name is Oluwaseyi Michael. So, I'm currently in my penultimate year, the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos. And, so what do I think about law as a whole? So I'll start by talking about the first time I wrote JAM in 2018. So my opinion about law is that it is a court process. So everything we do on law is based on court activities, adjudication and the likes. So when I gained admission, so I realized that the profession of law cuts across just court areas. We have ADR, we have real estate. So there are several areas of law that a law student or the law profession offers to persons who want to, to have a career in the legal profession. So the legal profession providing my scope, my thinking, my intuition. We make use of deductive reasoning. So when time we do our exams, we make use of the issue, we sort out the issue, note the way. proud to be able to for instance, or the issue of Ubi Kubana, the fact that I can give suggestions on the pride to be a member of Lagos.
Getting what they want. So that's from the perspective of a social contract. Now we all understand that societies are social contracts between the governed and those who govern. However, it's laws that has advanced. The fact that there will always be a need for law and order, there will always be a need for people to own
Before
keen and understanding. Sir, I want to come to you and I want to, sir, wait, okay, yes, okay, I won't miss it. So I want to come to you. Thank you for discarding yourself very quickly. Okay, I want to come to you and I want you to help us build a short perspective. I know it's a lot, but a very summarized perspective or perspective of the law, sir.
Good morning, everyone, and congrats to my learned colleague, Barrister KINGSLEY EBIMOH, for this beautiful occasion. Yes, talking about perspectives about the law. The first thing we need to understand is that law is a very wide field, and it is all encompassing. Whether you talk of the medical profession, whether you talk of the profession of the survey, whether you talk of the profession of the engineering, whether you talk of profession of the architecture, whether you talk of profession of even the politics, the political, and so on and so forth, law is very, very wide and all encompassing, because it is the law that guides all these professions. You understand? There is no profession that is not guided by law. And so for society to move smoothly, law and order has to be well enshrined, and it is the legal profession that does it. In the sense that the system of government you are even running your country is dependent on the legal profession. It is the legal profession that will fashion out whether you are going to run parliamentary system. If it is going to be parliamentary system, what are the rules guiding it? How are the legislators to be elected? How are the executives to be elected? What about the local government and the councillors and all that? Where you also opt for presidential, it is the legal profession too that will also set up the constitution that will guide it. Okay, so in Osun State is currently a registrar of the High Court now. She was strictly in science department and very brilliant. When she finished her school start, she cleared all her papers. And she got very high JAMB results. So they now look at it that how do we do for this poor young lady who has gotten all the good results, but cannot read law, cannot read medicine without credit in English. The management now decided that instead of allowing her to waste away, let us convert her to law. And to the glory of God, she's today a lawyer and not a prominent in Osun State. So prominent that when you hear her name, people in Osun State will know that this is a no-nonsense woman. She doesn't take bribe, she does her job beautifully. So we are hoping that in the next 2 or 3 years she should be appointed a high court judge. And that's why she's currently a registrar, trying to understand and understudy the system. So every lawyer and every aspiring lawyer in this platform should be proud to belong to the very noble profession. Thank you.
Well, we are most obliged, sir. Okay, I'm very conscious of the time, but I will finish this experiment, sir. I'm very sorry, sir. A very short perspective into the law. It's an hypothesis, so we'll have a conclusion definitely.
Very short. I know the magnitude of the wealth of the knowledge we have very short. Just okay, what it takes to be a lawyer or my perspective. Very natural. Okay, being a lawyer is, I don't think it's complex. It's what it just does is that it refines your mind. What being a lawyer refines your mind, and it makes you, I don't want to use the word logical, but it makes you understand that, actions have consequences. And so in your analysis of issues. There's so many things people take for granted. Like I used to tell my wife sometimes, I've used that as an analogy. She will ask me, why do you keep paying for the staff bus? And I will say something like, I'm always very interested in knowing where the rights and liabilities lie. But the school is just over there. The maid can take the child to the school. I say, yes, but I like to transfer potential liabilities to somebody else. And my wife will be like, why do you think like this? I say, no, it's not. It's just that as a lawyer, the issue of risk constantly goes through my mind. And so that's just the easiest way for me to explain the advantage of being a lawyer. So in everything that you do, you're always thinking about rights, liabilities, risk. So if I do this, who carries the risk? If I do this, who carries the liability? What rights do I have? What obligations do I have? Most people don't think about things like that. They just do things. I think the young man, somebody talked about Bobrisky here. I was like, why did Obi Kubana get bail and this man? He played.
That's why people come to you as a lawyer. It's not because they have the formed brain, but because they believe that you have expanded brain by your learning of the law. What they tell you as a story, you take it and make it a legal issue, and you turn it into money, and you turn it into solution. So law is life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sirs, my senior colleagues, and everyone who has spoken. But I would say, in tandem with the otherwise understood as the fact speaks for itself. I want us to compare the mindset of the law students to the mindset of the seniors who have spoken. I've not. It's an hypothesis that makes conspicuous the change the interpretation of the legal profession by the students is subject to their understanding. You know, I gave a story of myself earlier saying that while I finished in the university, I did not understand exactly what I spent 5 years doing. I read all manner of laws and all manner of textbooks. Okay, how do I just put this into practice? This is the difference. And what makes that difference an opportunity today is the fact that this book is here. If you have gone through the book, or if you have a privilege of having a touch of this book, I want you to go through it to understand the difference and know why the senior colleagues have spoken in the manner and way they have spoken today. Hello, are we together? Did this experiment work for us? Does it work for us? So I want us to, in any measure we have, in any capacity we have, let us spread the gospel of this book to change the perception and to help the legal profession in the future. I thank my senior colleagues very much. I am most privileged to have you speak extensively about this.
All right, I welcome everyone once again to this very great book launch. I'd like to recognize the following persons. Mr. Akpan, you're welcome. Mr. Edet Ebiomoh, you're welcome. Mr. Temitope Ono, you're welcome. Miss Rose Ebimoh, you're welcome. Professor Fabian Ajiogu, OFR.
Yes, can we jam our hands together?
SAN, represented by Mr. Augustine Okafor. Mr. Utwa Imaze is also represented by Mr. Augustine Okafor.
Okay.
Please let's clap.
So Augustine is now a 3-in-1 person. Experience in civil litigation, labor, and employment adversary. Sir Emmanuel frequently represents employers in defining labor and employment litigation at the National Industrial Court of Nigeria, at the Court of Appeal, by the way, the final appellate court in labor and employment adjudications, as well as the African Union Administrative Tribunal. He also handles commercial litigation in Nigerian High Court, Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. His labor and employment disputes experience encompasses cases of wrongful termination, severance pay, stroke exit benefits, bullying, harassment, victimization, redundancies, labor union rights, labor union election, occupational injuries, amongst others. Sir Emmanuel has successfully handled commercial disputes instituted
Okay. Okay. Very good. Yeah. Yeah, this was like to have this workshop. From working as a senior advocate of Nigeria and the edit and investigation right the labor and employment of transportation industry, the use the aspect of law, the use of we are pleased to have you joining us. Please submit our hands together. We have been enjoying the reading of the world and what we need. Before the review, please submit our hands together.
So I was very excited. So it is. I'm happy that we have a very rich panel that would unpack the content of the book. So what I'm basically going to do is just to speak generally to the issue of mentorship, and then the panel will now go into details to unpack what Kingsley has put together.
So I'll speak to it, and then maybe when the interactive session starts, we can now break it down into further details. The chairman of this launch, distinguished guests, and esteemed colleagues, I feel highly honored to stand before you today to deliver the keynote address on the theme, Transformational Mentorship Amidst Economic Challenges, the Lawyer's Perspective. I am especially grateful to Mr. KINGSLEY EBIMOH for considering me worthy to speak on this occasion as we celebrate the launch of his book, The Lawyer in Embryo. This groundbreaking book highlights the importance of mentoring young lawyers, and I am thrilled to be part of this event. Mentoring is not merely an optional aspect of legal practice. It is a fundamental responsibility that experienced lawyers owe to the next generation of lawyers. The legal landscape is complex, ever evolving, and often intimidating for those just starting their careers. By taking on the role of mentors, we provide young lawyers with the tools, insights, and confidence they need to navigate this challenging terrain successfully. Nigeria's economy has been grappling with many challenges, including inflation, unemployment, and a struggling currency. The inflation rate has climbed to over 30%, making it difficult for many Nigerians to afford basic necessities. The unemployment rate has also risen, with many young graduates struggling to find jobs. Furthermore, the naira has depreciated significantly against major currencies, making it difficult for businesses to operate and for individuals to make ends meet. These economic challenges have had a profound impact on our profession. Many law firms have had to downsize or even close down, leaving many young lawyers without jobs or opportunities for growth. Some have had to take on multiple jobs just to make ends meet, while others have had to leave the profession altogether. Amidst these challenges lies an opportunity for us to make a difference through transformational mentorship. For policies that create a more conducive environment for their growth and development. This includes pushing for reforms in legal education, advocating for better, promoting diversity and inclusion in our profession. We can advocate for the inclusion of practical skills training in law school curricula to better prepare young lawyers for the realities of legal practice. We can also push for better remuneration for young lawyers, especially those working in the public sector or non-profit organizations. Here, I would want to commend the chair, who is unfortunately is not here, for the continuous legal education policy initiative he introduced as chairman of the Lagos branch of the Nigerian Bar Association. As mentors, we must embody the values and principles that we seek to instill in the next generation. We must be ethical, compassionate, and committed to the pursuit of justice. We must be willing to stand up for what is right, even in the face of adversity. We can demonstrate our commitment to justice by taking on pro bono cases and advocating for the rights of marginalized communities. We can also model ethical behavior by adhering to the highest standards of professionalism and integrity in our practice. We can leverage technology to provide transformational mentorship to young lawyers. With the advent of online platforms and virtual communication tools, we can connect with young lawyers across the country and provide them with access to resources, training, and mentorship opportunities. We can create online forums where young lawyers can ask questions, seek advice, and network with their peers. We can also develop online courses and webinars that provide practical skills training and professional development opportunities. Moreover, we can collaborate with other stakeholders such as law schools, bar associations, and government agencies to create a more supportive ecosystem for young lawyers. By working together, we can pool our resources, expertise, and networks to provide a more comprehensive and holistic approach to transformational mentorship. We can partner with law schools to create internship and externship programs, work with bar associations to develop continuing legal education programs, and engage with government agencies to advocate for policies and programs that support the growth and development of the legal profession. The impact of mentoring extends far beyond the individual relationship between mentor and mentee. When we invest in the growth and development of young lawyers, we strengthen the fabric of our entire legal community. By fostering a culture of mentorship, we ensure that the wisdom and experience of seasoned lawyers are passed down to future generations, creating a legacy of excellence and integrity. As we celebrate the launch of the lawyer in Embryo, let us also reaffirm our commitment to mentoring the next generation of legal professionals. I challenge everyone to embrace the role of mentor, to share their knowledge and guide the young lawyers in your sphere of influence. Kingsley, by writing this book, has set a good example. Together, we can build a stronger, more resilient legal community, one that is rooted in the values of mentorship, collaboration, and excellence. Transformational mentorship is not just a responsibility, but a privilege. It is an opportunity for us to shape the future of our profession and our nation. As we navigate the economic challenges of our time, let us remember the power of mentorship in unlocking the potential of the next generation of legal professionals. We must approach this task with creativity, innovation, and a willingness to adapt to the changing times. We must leverage technology, collaborate with stakeholders, and lead by example to create a more supportive and empowering environment for young lawyers. Together, we can build a stronger, more resilient legal profession that is equipped to tackle the challenges of our time and to create a brighter future for Nigeria. It will not be an easy task, but it is a necessary one. As the saying goes, if we want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let us go together as a community of legal professionals to provide transformational mentorship to the next generation of lawyers and to build a better future for our nation. Thank you very much.
We are very pleased, sir. Please, can we jam our hands once again? Many would wonder why I would not introduce the author of the book, and I'm still not going to introduce him. he will introduce himself in this piece of work. I will only urge you that as you get the reviews of this book today from this distinguished panelist, let us put it to heart. If you can get copies of this after now, it's going to be very helpful. It's going to cure a lot of defects that one should experience after now. Without wasting time, I want to invite the first reviewer and the person of the learned essay, Sir Enam Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the glowing introduction and for making me a sir. The last time I checked, I was just Enam Wilson, SAM. So thank you for adding sir to it. I would like to thank KINGSLEY EBIMOH and the organizers of this event for the privilege to be one of the book reviewers. As you would see from the banner on the backdrop, you see that my coming in was after the backdrop was prepared. So in case you're looking for me, I'm definitely not one of those in this picture. So you won't say, he has changed. So I am on my own. But I'm glad that they deemed it fit to have a number of book reviewers. Because when I was preparing to do my review, I was wondering how alone I can review this book and do justice to it. Having different book reviewers, I think, will give us broad perspective, and it will make my task much lighter. And I thank the last speaker. Incidentally, I was with Ulisa Bakoba for over 6 years. And speaking of mentorship, I think it was when I was with Ulisa Bakoba, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, that I discovered that I could write. I had a talent to write, and with the right motivation, I can write books. And while I was there, we had a few projects, because I think he's doctor now. He hasn't reached professor. He's still doctor, but Ulisa Bakoba likes to write books. He's a man full of ideas and wisdom, and his ideas, he likes to put them in books. Because the truth of the matter is that you could lose the idea over time. So by putting it in books, you preserve it and you have a basis for it to germinate. We had a popular word then, fungibility. Ideas are fungible, but if you don't water it, they dry. So I feel really privileged and I feel honored when I see people who have done what I have not been able to do. I bow and I tremble before them and I show extreme respect, Because the truth of the matter is that you can be a senior advocate of Nigeria for 20 years. If you have not written a book, you are not an author. So authors have their own universe that they operate. And when I was asked to do this book review, I felt it's even a privilege to do this. So thank you very much, Mr. Ebimoh. In order for me to be efficient, you know, senior advocates speak and they are paid for it. And they are paid a lot of money for it, so, and they're happy to speak. But to make this focused, I had a few notes that I put together. And so you will allow me to just go through my notes. And I'm sure my fellow reviewers will fill in a lot of the gaps that I'm going to leave. A famous author, Stephen King, once said that writing is not life. But I think that sometimes it can be a way back to life. And I found that very profound because writing captures life. And the best way to bring to life ideas is by writing. Sorry, some people choose the wrong time to call you. So, for many people, and I include myself in that category, they have this illusion that they can write and they can write books. Speaking for myself, I was thinking that by now I would have written like 2 or 3 books. The good news is I haven't written any. The bad news is I am more interested in making money now than writing books. But I have promised myself that perhaps when I've made my money and I have taken money out of the equation, I can now sit down and write books because I believe that I have a lot to share, both professionally and from my personal life story. And for some of us who entered the law practice at the time when we had giants like Chief Rotimi Williams, Chief Gani Fahimi, Chief Shokola, the Akwan bones of this world, we look back today and we wonder if things would have changed if they had written books. These were the men who, bestrode the legal galaxy. They were the ones who were in control. And at that time, we used to look up to them with envy and admiration. And the only thing now you have as mastery of the law is if you have to go and read it. So, when someone has decided, and as Mr. Ebimoh has done, before money comes to start writing, it's a good thing. The legal profession has benefited immensely from some luminaries that have written books. And the one that really comes to my mind immediately, and most of you will relate, even those in law school, is Lord Denning, Master of the Rolls. And I have read, I think, 2 of his books. And I found it most inspiring. And there's something he said in one of his books that keeps me fired up, that the best tool for a young lawyer to succeed. If you're a young lawyer, for those of you who are in law school, the best tool for you to succeed is poverty. Yeah, that may look like contradiction, right? Because a lot of you think you need money to succeed, but for Lord Denning, you need poverty. Because poverty creates hunger. Hunger creates desire. Desire creates accomplishment. When you are not distracted by the things that money can buy, you will be attracted to the things that will make you get money and be successful. Lord Denning wrote The Discipline of Law, Landmarks in the Law, The Family Story, What Next in the Law, The Due Process of Law, etc., etc. Many more. And a lot of these books were written when he was sitting as a judge, no, justice, in the Court of Appeal in England. Lord Denning's books, ideas, and opinions have shaped policies and judicial thinking in most common law countries, including Nigeria. Oftentimes, lawyers and judges quote Lord Denning freely, and I will share with you just some of his popular quotes. Lord Denning said, and a lot of us then in law school used to quote this generously. God forbid that the lawyer knows all the law. But a good lawyer is one who knows where to find the law. Well, I mean, for those of us who were not A students in school, we always said, God forbid that a lawyer should know all the law, because in practice, it's not all the law that you know. It's knowing where to find the law and knowing how to use the law that makes you successful. So I can relate with this, and I agree entirely with this quotation. Then another quotation I have taken from his dictum in the case of Parker against Parker. He said, and I quote, "What is the argument on the other side? Only this, that no case has been found in which it has been done before. That argument does not appeal to me in the least. If we never do anything that has not been done before, we shall never get anywhere. The law will stand still while the rest of the world goes on. And that will be bad for both." This is profound, and for the benefit of young lawyers, it should be etched in stones. I have been privileged in my life to work in law firms where this statement is the unwritten rule. We do not say because something has not been done before, therefore we cannot do it. We are happy to break new grounds. As a matter of fact, we are happy to challenge the status quo, because most of the time we are taught judicial precedent, which is to say, because the court has made a pronouncement, therefore that is the law. I remember years ago when Chief Rotimi Williams and Chief Gani Fayemi had a case in the Federal High Court in Abuja. That was in the early years of civilian dispensation, and Chief Williams said something. Chief Gani Fayemi stood up and said, "My lord, that is not the law. What is the authority for this pronouncement?" Chief Williams stood up and said, "Chief Gani Fayemi, I am the law. I am the authority, and therefore I speak." And he won. But the point is that sometimes an authority is based on the peculiar facts of a case. And with changing times, you should be ready to challenge such authority. You're going to ask me, so what does that have to do with Mr. Ebimoh's book? Okay. If Mr. Ebimoh had said a young lawyer has never written a book like this before, he will never write this book because he will wait to gain experience. He will say, what do I have to offer to people like Inam Wilson? I need to gain experience. But he didn't wait. He took the gauntlet and he wrote a book. And so, that's why I use that quote. It is against this backdrop that I commend Mr. Kingsley Ebimoh for having the audacity to put down his experiences into book form. I looked at the book and I noticed that the category of the book is motivation. That was very wise because when I was reading the book, I was asking myself, okay, so what's this about? What's the purpose of the book? It's to motivate. According to the subtitle of the book provides inspirational insights, principles and techniques for living out your dream as the lawyer in Embryo. The lawyer in Embryo literally would refer to students in the university, law school students, but I will add to that category young lawyers. Why would I do that? Because even if you're a lawyer, in so many respects, you're in embryo. When you start out as a lawyer, you have no idea. You're fascinated by certain areas of the law. But it's until you become a lawyer and you start to practice that you realize the areas of your competency and areas that are outside your depth. And imagine, for me, I never knew about shipping or maritime law until I joined Olisa Agbakoba in 1998. And by then I was already 8 years at the bar. So, at the time I joined Olisa Agbakoba, I was a lawyer in the embryo as far as shipping and admiralty law was concerned. So I had to learn. I had to study. And eventually, that led me to do a master's degree in maritime law. And so it is in that context that the lawyer in Embryo relates to a young lawyer. And so the principles and techniques in this book will be relevant to a young lawyer. A motivational book is supposed to serve as a beacon of hope, reminding us of our inherent potential and urging us to take action. They provide guidance on personal development, goal setting, resilience, and the mindset necessary to navigate the ups and downs of life's journey. If you take that definition, you will accept my position that a young lawyer is also a lawyer in Embryo, and this book will be relevant to a young lawyer. I will describe the book as small, handy. As a matter of fact, I was holding it with my notepad, and they are practically about the same size. It's just about 190 pages in total from the first leaf to the last leaf. But it's fully loaded, very loaded. The look and feel of the book is reader friendly. Oh, I just noticed Mr. Ebimoh's tie now. Okay, so it goes with the book, the color of the book. Yes. It's reader friendly thanks to the good choice of colors of the book cover and the font types and sizes. So I can read it. I don't have to put on glasses. I don't have to squint, both back and front, which is very good. And when you open it, the fonts, they are staring at you. You don't have to, you don't have to go through some physical exercises to read it. Going by the bio of the author at the back of the book, the settings of the stories and experiences shared in the book can be placed around the year 1999 to 2014 for stories relating to University of Uyo, where he schooled, and 2014 to 2015 for stories relating to the Nigerian Law School. It was called October 2015. And I happen to have attended what is now called University of Uyo, and it's by coincidence, by the way, that I am the book reviewer. I happen to have attended University of Uyo. At that time, it was called Unicross, University of Cross River State, because at the time, Akwa Ibom State had not been created. And my set was the first set of graduates that went to the law school. We joined that school we started our program in 1985 and graduated in 1989. And so there was a lot of description, especially in the first chapter of the book, about Mr. Ebimoh's experience in the Faculty of Law, University of Uyo. For us, we never had that experience for many reasons, one of them being that when we started our program, we didn't have a Faculty of Law. It was Faculty of Social Sciences, because the law program in University of Cross River State at that time had not been accredited. And we were basically lawyers in social sciences. I'm sure some of you will hear the trending stories about BSc in law and all of that. So I could relate to that story. Imagine if we weren't accredited, maybe we would have all come out with BSc in law. So for us, we were the first set. If we were writing this book, we would have had some very interesting stories to tell you. And I'll give you one of those interesting stories. Because we're in the social sciences faculty, under the social sciences faculty, we had to compulsorily do courses relating to mathematics. And at that time, mathematics was not a requirement for studying law. As a matter of fact, a lot of those who studied law at the time did that because it was an escape route away from mathematics. And so there we were, confronted with mathematics. And of course, as you could have guessed, we all failed. So but thank God that later, when we got our faculty, they substituted the mathematics courses with philosophy, which we could relate to, and we all passed and we were able to. So today, we thank God for His mercies, because some of us may not have been even a lawyer. Anyway, and from there we went to the law school. He attended the Nigerian Law School, Lagos campus. At the time we attended law school in 1990, there was only one law school in Lagos. And much as the building itself remains the same, it was a different kind of law school. And a lot of the infrastructure that you have now, we didn't have. So I'm sure, again, if Mr. Ebimoh was writing in that setting, there would have been some differences. Anyway, so the book provides and gives you insight into the settings when he attended University of Uyo and University of Cross River State. Surely, young lawyers can relate to the book more than older lawyers than us, except, of course, to the extent the principles, like I said, applies to us. We can use it. The insights and principles in the book, however, cuts across all ages at the bar and will be valuable to both young and old lawyers. The book has the traditional preamble. It has a dedication, acknowledgement, preface, foreword, introduction, and is divided into 7 chapters. I'm sure the other reviewers will go into those chapters. What I can say is that I like the style. I'll just give you an instance. Each chapter starts with an introduction and sometimes a quote. For instance, chapter 1, my first day in the Faculty of Law, that's the title of the chapter. It starts with a quote. A good beginning makes a good ending. That's a wise saying. I don't mean it as a wise saying. That's what the book says. The quote came from, a wise saying. But it's also a wise saying. And I find that very profound, because if the foundation is strong, the building will be strong. And that's where you train matters, the office you work in matters, mentorship matters, who you associate with as a lawyer matters, who inspires you matters, and all of that. Because those are the things that gives you a great beginning, a good beginning, and will guarantee you a good ending. I love the drama associated with the law school experience, especially at the time of the exams. I don't know if it still happens today. I I believe it does, but our law school was a different kind of law school experience. We never used to have books. We never used to have notes. The lecturer, most of whom were very well accomplished lawyers, walked into the classroom and they start talking. And we didn't have smartphones then to record, or recorders even to record. So we just listen. And some of us who were very good writers were fast. So we would be writing, trying to catch every word that they say. And so in many ways, we felt disadvantaged that we had to do exams without proper resources. And so you will forgive us that a lot of us didn't have first class. It was not common to hear of first class during my time because a lot of what the lecturer wanted were in the bosom of the lecturer. And he never let them out until when he's marking the exam papers. So we were all basically struggling for 2-1. If you had a 2-1 then, man, you were great. You know. So, but this book has related his experience during this time. But one thing that was sure is that we used to have, during law school exams, we used to have an ambulance stationed in front because somebody will collapse. By time they say, you can open your question paper, you can turn it, you hear, Che! Wow! Oh my God! And somebody will just fall down and call the ambulance, and they'll take that person away, you know. But an interesting story, but all of those were never captured in any book. And so it's delight. I'm really happy that someone took the pains and the effort to capture these experiences, because 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, when the law school students and those in university read this book, it will give them assurance that they can, to use one of the titles, they can cross the bar against the journey to the bar. Because there are many barriers to that journey. So this book will help you cross that bar, and then it will enable you to get called to bar. In closing, I would like to quote the following statement by Elizabeth Gilbert, describing the creative magic of the writing process. So, for those of us who are still aspiring writers, the process starts from the creativity, the idea. I have this idea, I want to write. For most of us, it ends with the idea in the head. The idea doesn't come out. And this captures it very well. I am quoting, "The effort is worth it, because when at last you do connect, it is an otherworldly delight of the highest order. Out of nowhere, it all comes together. You must keep calling out in those dark woods for your own big magic. Because when it all comes together, it's amazing. The only thing you can do is bow down in gratitude, as if you have been granted an audience with the divine, because you have indeed been granted that audience." Thank you for granting me audience to review this book. I'm much obliged. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Leonard Duke, for that very reputable review. I must commend your sense of humor, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So now I'd like to invite the only man here in Trinity. If you came late, you probably missed that. Our second reviewer, Sir Augustine Okafor Esquire. You're welcome, sir. Please let's give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand on the existing protocol. I don't know if I can still talk, having heard the learner sick. And I think I'm so privileged to be standing where he stood. So you see me, stamping and so that it will go in from the roof. I stand in Trinity, as they have said, representing myself and I am representing Professor Fabian Ajogu, ACN, my principal, as well as the managing partner of Kenna Partners, Mr. Itwa Imanze. Kingsley Ebimoh has a relationship with Kenna Partners. He interned with us in 2015, and he's been a friend, a brother, and till date, he's often always welcome to Kenna Partners. So when it came around and beyond our brotherhood, our relationship, he said he wants me to be one of the reviewers. One of the questions I asked myself is, are you sure you're able to do this? I wanted to decline, but of course I told myself, you cannot decline. Nature set in and I was very sick. And until yesterday when I was discharged, but I made up my mind I was going to be here, so long as my voice can project. I want to thank everyone that has made it to be here to witness this occasion. And for the law students especially, those of you who shun some distractions, weekend distractions, to make yourself available, I think it's a great privilege. Some of us, we are self-made lawyers. Some of us strove through difficulties, through challenges to get to where we are today. Some of us never had mentors. But today, you have mentors. Most importantly, like the learner 6 said, putting something down in writing outlives the writer. So why many of us strive to become life mentors? Our mentorship will stop when we die. But a written mentor, a written mentorship, that is what I call this book. The Lawyer in Embryo is written mentorship. So that when the writer is no longer here on the side of the universe, many years to come, the legacy, the mentorship principles remain with the future unborn lawyers in Embryo. If you look at the title of the book, it starts with the word the, a definite article, The Lawyer in Embryo. And I asked myself, who is that lawyer? Not just lawyer in Embryo, it was specific, the lawyer. And I think I'm one of the lawyers because we learn every day and we're still learning. Like I said, you see me standing, I'm not moving because I want the hits from where the learner 6 stood to go in very well so that hopefully we'll become learner 6 by the grace of God. Having said that, I'm going to do a quick run through the book. It's a prose. I think no lawyer here, young lawyers, from my own time, let me not speak, learner's sake, maybe their own time, literature may not be a requirement, but if those of you who understood that literature is a requirement, you have genres of literature. So when we say prose, this is a prose. But one thing that is striking is that it is non-fictional prose. There's fictional and non-fictional. So this is a non-fictional prose, but beside being a motivational book, it's an autobiography. Do you agree with me? It's an autobiography that bestrode prose style and embedded with some poetic writing. I've read it. I happen to have taught literature for some years before I went to study law. So when I see poetic writing, it interests me. And I really want to commend Mr. Ebimoh for bringing this is what one of the jurists of blessed memory would like to see in our writings as lawyers. So without wasting much time, I'll go deep just to summarize what I have seen in the book. It's a 7-chapter non-fiction book focused on highlighting inspirational insights, principles, and techniques for, but not limited to, aspirants to the bar and those newly called to the bar. So it cuts across all persons of interest, especially those who want to study law. But beyond that, this inspiration is not just for lawyers. It's for everybody. That there is no excuse that is good enough for you to fail. You might have 1,000 excuses, but have one reason why you must not fail. And from the story, which is his personal experience, I also want to note that the book is written in first person singular. He referred to himself. Wise, most times he digressed to quote other authors, but it is centered around his personal experience. So chapter 1 of the book is an immersive depiction of Mr. Ebimoh's admission as an undergraduate into the Faculty of Law, University of Uyo in Akwa Ibom State. It spans from first day experience, registration, harrowing, hackling experiences like some of us had. You know, in Nigeria, we delight in making people suffer. You know, those faculty officers, they will ask you to line up, stand under the sun, you know, until you are sweating from every part of your body. So he narrated his experiences, but those harrowing experiences were swallowed up in realization of his dream. He had ever longed to become a lawyer, and to be admitted into the Faculty of Law was a dream come true. But that was just the beginning of achieving that dream. So I dwelt a bit on that chapter 1 because, like he rightly said, when you begin well, there's tendency, I put a caveat, there is every tendency that you end well. It doesn't mean you end well. There are those that have started well but ended badly. But having a good start is often always good. So he has stated that there are 2 ways to confront the future. Either you confront the future with apprehension or with anticipation. The author shared his personal experiences from getting admission to his first day in school, the challenges of manual registration, and practical experience of bullying. Bully. He was bullied by the bully. So please, it becomes important that for the law students that are here and for everybody, the issue of bullying should be taken seriously, and don't succumb to bullying. Don't succumb to bullying. Speak up. Each time I pass through Dowen College, the case of Oromoni springs to mind, that was bullied and bullied to death. Unfortunately, I don't think we've been able to find justice for that young man. And that is why every one of us must resist bullying. And don't be a bully yourself, and don't encourage your children to be bullies. So he told us of Bembuli. He pointed out that life's ambition and pursuit is all about having a dream, believing in your dream, and resolutely pursuing your dream. The author takes us back to his secondary school days, where the dream of becoming a lawyer was bettered. He told of his aspiration, that he drew inspiration from Abraham Lincoln, the 16th president of America. He drew inspiration from the life history of that great icon. Whilst in final year in secondary school, he served as one of the prefects, one of the arbiters, and he was called Justice Elegance. So, by fellow students, his dream of going and finding himself at The Hague, and he will still get there, I hope, and I pray for you. So, drove him to, and for the passion that made him what he is today. So, quoting the author, he says, your immediate activities, I'm quoting him, are informed by the color of your dream. It's not just that you have a dream. What is the color of your dream? So he went through and told us the story of Joseph, how Joseph had a dream, pursued his dream, and so many other things you need to look at. I move to chapter 2 of the book, the composites of an embryonic lawyer. Set out the 4 eyes, which is, in the author's opinion, make an embryonic lawyer. They are ideas, intelligence, insight, and intuitiveness. Well, I'm not going to go deep into that, but you talk about ideas. Of course, you must become idealistic. Ideas. Intelligence. Nobody looks for a Dundee today. Intelligence is very important. And no law firm will employ reliability. They are looking for people who have these ideas, who have intelligence. And today we talk about AI. Am I right? Not artificial liability. So please, I pray that the lawyers to be in the house will buy into these 3 eyes. So you need to read the book. So I'm just giving you a little tip of the iceberg so that you take the book, read the book, digest the book, and let the thoughts put down in that book spring up in you. Then I move to chapter 3, primarily centered on the resemblance of what we call symbolism between the growth of a baby in the womb and that of the law student. Chapter 3 contains a detailed comparison of biological, embryonic development and advancement of law students. For instance, the author noted that whereas a Nigerian lawyer's training normally lasts 6 years, the embryonic stage lasts 6 weeks. So, whether you multiply 6 by 6, 6 weeks by 6 years, 6 years by 6 weeks, whichever way there is 6. So, it takes 6 weeks for the embryo to grow. And at that time, those who understand, the medical people will tell you that at this time you cannot abort. If you do, it becomes abortion. And in fact, you will go to jail. So there are so many things to learn from there. So read chapter 3 and learn from there that your 6 years, for those who studied in Nigeria, 5 years in university, 1 year in law school, the harrowing experiences is to be able to birth a lawyer that will bestride this landscape and make name for his or herself. For instance, he noted that whereas in Nigeria, I've read that already, he went on to say that just as developing newborn needs an umbilical cord to receive food, oxygen, and other necessities, so do law students. So you connect to resources, you connect to mentors, and you have a written mentor now, unlike some that will be looking for the learner's sake. And some of us have, decided that we'll have mentors in some of our seniors, but of course, they have scarce resource, which is time. So sometimes you are not able to reach them, but now you have a written mentor. Resources like law libraries, moot courts, lectures and seminars, etc. acts as power supply line before an aspiring lawyer is born into the legal profession. And let me also make allusion to the first female senior advocate of Nigeria. It's my grandmother, and most of us have the privilege of attending her 90th birthday and all that. Chief Sholake, senior advocate of Nigeria, she often tells us that there's this book of the Bible that he often tells us that Paul said to Timothy, he said, give attention to reading. There was this day somebody sent something to her, it's an invite. She said, no, it's not an invite. That is what? Invitation. He said that we have corrupted the word. And she kept correcting us, like lawyers would say, etc. She said, no, it's Latin, because she taught Latin in 1958 in England. She said it's et cetera. Et cetera. Et cetera. So we learned from her. So please, lawyers, young lawyers, those of you from University of Lagos, and please learn from these resources, read these books, and you would also learn a lot. He also listed 7 qualities that law firms rather look for in new weeks. One of them is meticulousness, effective time management, commercial awareness, effective communication, excellent research skills, personal drive, and confidence. And I can tell you for free, I've had opportunity of, marking scripts for new intakes and interviewing new intakes. And I can tell you that within 2 minutes, I'm able to determine whether this person is fit for employment or is not fit for employment. So please learn these things, pick this book, read it, digest it, then give attention to reading. Most of us today, we give attention to our Facebook, back book, front book, all the books and all the social media, but we don't give attention to reading the law. Let me also digress to say what I used to tell people, that God himself is a lawyer. He said to Joshua, this book of the law, he didn't mention the type of law, but he said, this book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth. Whether it's law of contract, we don't know. But he said, this book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night. For then thou shalt make thy ways prosperous, and thou shalt have good success. So I quoted the Bible. The Bible didn't tell us the type of law. It said this book of the law. So I don't know the book of the law you have in your hand. Please read it and understand it. So let's move on to chapter 5. The bars against the journey to the bar. I love that usage of language. The bars against the journey to the bar. So in this chapter, he outlines some of the challenges that he faced and discuss the obstacles that will inevitably arise both during law school and after court to bar. The author emphasizes the significance of persevering under all conditions and learning to manage obstacles such as challenging familiar backgrounds and financial hardships. He challenges the reader to be unwavering. He supported his point further by analyzing the biblical accounts of Joseph and highlighted qualities like reconciliation and positive, upbeat outlook as good qualities to be able to drive you through. This chapter offers very promising pieces of advice, and I plead with you, read the entire book. I move to chapter 6. In chapter 6, Mr. Ebimoh stresses the importance of partnership with God and fellow aspirants, that is colleagues, on one's life's journey toward the bar and after. Like the learner 6 said, the keynote speaker, yes, that when you want to travel fast, you travel alone. But when you want to travel far, you travel with partners. So please don't be an island. There's a place called Isle of Man. Don't go and stay in Isle of Man. Please stay with people. Don't be a lone ranger. We learn from each other every day. We learn from our seniors. We learn from our juniors. So, and don't be ashamed of asking questions where the need arises. Let there be a cross-breeding of knowledge. You might be an expert in a particular way, but you learn from that person that you think is an entity. Please, let's be humble in our learning. So, chapter 6 offers you this advice. Then, he goes on to warn readers alliances. Very important. Somebody said, show me your friend and I will tell you who you are. So if you, I have a Edo friend. I don't know those from Edo State. I will say it in the local parlance, the way you used to say it. You say, if you follow goats, you go chop grass. If you follow lion, you go chop meat. So it depends on your partnership. Choose your partnership wisely, and that is what chapter 6, amongst other things, tells you. Then I move to chapter 7. The author used the final chapter to touch on facts about law school to clear up misconceptions and false assumptions because of misinformation. I want you to see misconceptions fueled by misinformation that has circulated over time. He continued by encapsulating the joy of reaching the peak of the law school journey, which is the call to bar ceremony, but went further to state the relevance of not getting distracted from the focus due to celebrating becoming a barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. There are people, of course you are aware that, I can't remember the year, a certain best graduating student from the Nigerian Law School. He won several awards. I can't remember, but he went celebrating and drowned in a pool. I think we can remember that several awards. He got, intoxicated. He was not a drunkard like I learned. His friends said, let's go and drink, you at this. Then he went out and he never came back alive. And your awards, your brilliance is not transferable. So please stay alive for your parents and stay alive for the world to enjoy you. So he described this ceremony as an initiation of new weeks that marks the beginning of a role which extends beyond the 5 to 9 job. So it becomes a lifetime of engagement with the law. I can tell you, lawyers don't think that once you are called to the bar, you are relaxed. God forbid that the lawyer should know the law. But woe unto the lawyer that doesn't even know where to find the law, because your clients will not trust you. So please read this book. So, in concluding, The Lawyer in Embryo is a riveting autobiography that chronicles the remarkable life of Mr. Kingsley Ebimoh, from humble beginnings to extraordinary achievements and more to come. This book invites readers to join the author on transformative journey filled with challenges, setbacks, and ultimately triumph. With unwavering determination and resilience, the author overcomes adversity, defies the odds, and discovers the power of perseverance and self-discovery. Through candid reflections and poignant anecdotes, he shares valuable life lessons, offering readers a roadmap to unlocking their full potentials and embracing the beauty of life's journey. Inspirational, empowering, and deeply moving. The Lawyer in Embryo. In an engaging he was able to go into detail about some topics without losing focus on the main idea. The Lawyer in Embryo is a testament that something good can come out of Nazareth. Ultimately, Mr. Ebimoh maintained the original theme while cleverly striking a balance between talking about God and the law and the Christian values without necessarily turning the book into a religious work. It's an educative, wonderful piece of writing. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend you to The Lawyer in Embryo, and I commend The Lawyer in Embryo to you. Thank you.
Please, can we double that round of applause? Thank you very much, sir. That was resounding, that was profound, and that was detailed. I know yeah, but before I do that, please, I want to quickly recognize the presence of Mr. Olabode Joseph. Please, you're welcome. Can we please put our hands together? Thank you very much, sir. We welcome you profoundly. We want to also recognize the presence of Madam Rosemary Ikang Esquire. Escorts of the MBA Lagos, our chairman. Okay. Okay, everyone from the MBA Lagos branch will welcome you. Please, can we jam our hands together? The third reviewer is a friend of mine. We shared time at the law school together. He got married to one of our colleagues at the law school. The way he used to read book at the law school, you would think that was the only thing they came there to do. We were caught unawares. We were surprised. got married to my friend, one of my friends at the law school. And I'm proud to have you around. Um, we have met severally in court, and we are here together again. He's into active litigation. He is now a senior associate at Alex. His biodata has been read before. I'm sure that he's going to follow the antecedents of the previous reviewer to give us something sound. I welcome his wife, Mrs. Ruth. Wonderful. Those smiles have been helping us from the days of law school. Thank you very much. Over to you very quickly. Mr. Emmanuel Abrey, please can we jam our hands together?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. After everything that has been done by the Learned Silk and my Learned Senior, I think I'll feel achieved if I'll feel like I've, you know, fulfilled a very great milestone today if I just stand there and look at all of you and then go back to sit down. I haven't, today is my first time meeting the Learned Silk in person, but what he doesn't know is that I've met him in spirit because I've read some judgments where he had made sound arguments. You know, when he was talking about doing things that have not been done before, not too long ago, we were enjoying a particular principle of law in labor and employment law that had just that was just boarding within the Nigerian labor jurisprudence, and all of a sudden came this case from the Court of Appeal throwing spanners into our works. And the Learned Silk is laughing because he knows the particular case I'm referring to. But it's a privilege to meet you in person, sir. And I also want to welcome every one of you to this book review. I was praying that I will be the last to be called up, and my prayer was answered. And it feels like I'm carrying a lot of anointing standing here right now because the Learned Silk stood here. Mr. Augustine came in Trinity and stood here, and I'm standing here as the fattest reviewer of them all. Just to let you know, I didn't get any prize after law school, but the Learned Silk just reminded me now that the fact that I married my classmate from law school is a prize in itself. So, so I feel like I got the greatest award. What Paul did not hear the Learned Silk say is that equity does not aid the indolent. So you weren't fast enough. I wish you were faster. But even if you were faster, you still not have beat me because we were also classmates in the university. So I had 5 years gap. I must thank my friend and brother, KINGSLEY EBIMOH, for the opportunity to review this book. I must also thank him for the industry that went into this project. If for anything, the accusation that lawyers are not skilled in the use of language that recently happened will now fall flat on its face in the light of the expert arrangement of words, phrases, and sentences. You need to read this book in all honesty. He has deployed all of this to just for your delight, really. And I must thank KINGSLEY. I will, in my little way, advise, every one of you to get the book. Get it for yourself, get it for your friends. And you will definitely find value in it. The book is a comprehensive and insightful biography or autobiography of KINGSLEY's life, laced with lessons for every one of us to learn, particularly for those of us seeking a long-lasting career in the legal profession. The book starts in chapter 1. I'm not going to use any spoilers. So I'm not going to tell you exactly. Go and buy it. And let's not, someone said, if you want to hide things from I didn't. It was Leonard Silk that said it. So I'll tell you what the Leonard Silk said. I said if you want to hide things from, then I paused. Then the Leonard Silk man said Africans. So what I'm about to say now, I'm not yabbing you. I'm reporting what the Leonard Silk has said. That if you want to hide things from Africans, you put it in a book. But this is not one of those books that should make that saying true, for any one of us. The book opens with Kingsley's first day at the prestigious Faculty of Law of University of Uyo in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. From start, we see Kingsley as a stickler for due process, willing to stand up to the bent bullies of this world, yet temperate in his approach and choosing the path of honor. He then concludes the first chapter by inviting everyone to a partnership with God. Let me just pause and say this. Myself and Kingsley were in law school together. Kingsley was a Jesus boy. And I'm not saying that derogatively because I'm not Satan's boy. John Justice can be any witness. I'm also a church boy myself. But I'm happy that Kingsley was not shy at the very start of the book to let you know where he belongs. He concludes the book, that's the first chapter rather, inviting everyone to a partnership with God, which he believes, and I also believe the same, is a great foundation for an illustrious career. Chapter 2, and I'm summarizing everything because Mr. Augustine has done justice to everything, so I don't want to repeat anything, so I'll skip so many things. Introduces us to the 4 I's of what makes an embryonic lawyer: ideas, intelligence, insights, and inquisitiveness. Kingsley goes on to elaborate on these 4 things that he called the composites of an embryonic lawyer or the embryonic lawyer. He invites young lawyers to expand their horizons and not to zero in too quickly on an aspect of law. He gave an example of a colleague of his, maybe a classmate, I think, who had focused on constitutional law too early. And I must say that if you're going to be a well-rounded lawyer, you should give yourself room to learn so many things. And it will help you if you work in a law firm that has a policy of rotation. That today you spend maybe 4 months or 6 months here at the early stages of your practice, then they move you somewhere else and they keep rotating you like that until you've gone round all the practice areas, and then they'll tell you, I don't know how other firms do it, but in some of the earliest firms I worked in, they'll tell you, okay, now choose 4. And then as you rise, they begin to focus you on exactly where they want you to be. And he proceeds to show the readers and myself as well the place of the composites on and how to navigate the interstices of life to become a well-rounded lawyer and to be a well-rounded career person. He writes about the place of professional competence and how forming opinions without depth of knowledge and understanding may be detrimental to the development of the embryonic lawyer. I found a very valuable quote in chapter 2, which says, competence is better certified than acclaimed. It's better for people to tell of your competence than for you to shout about it yourself. The Leonard Silk does not do just labor and employment alone, but he's a voice within that labor and employment space. And I know that many times when there are webinars coming up and there are naughty issues to be discussed, it will be very unlikely for you to not find, his name listed amongst the speakers. Kingsley also advises the embryonic lawyer to master the use of words for the very reason that words drive thoughts, and lack of words is a handicap in and of itself. As a lawyer, you cannot say, I know they talk too much. The Leonard Silk has said, and I'm praying I get there too. The Leonard Silk has said, when they speak, I know in this lawyer profession or in this legal profession that we are in, there are levels. John would bear me witness that we have been speaking. John, who has paid us Paul, you uncle. But the learned Sikh said, when they speak, they get paid to speak. That was like Rema for me, oh, and I will never forget it. So that when I also become silk, beyond just having to take 2 hours of the maybe 5 hours that the judge has available to, to hear matters, knowing that there are 34 matters on the list, I would also be charging bigger fees, to speak. Unclear thoughts make for unclear language. And this book itself is a testament to that fact. It's clearly written, beautifully expressed. And when I read through it, I was very impressed. I'm not a so let me confess, I'm ashamed to call myself an author. Because unlike Kingsley, I wrote one book like that many people did not buy. No, it was not a law book. It wasn't a law related. It wasn't a motivational, you know. Even Paul, that introduced me as his friend, when he was introducing me, did you buy? He didn't buy. So maybe that book was not clear enough. Maybe. But the good thing about life is that you get second chances to make things better. Paul Kingsley speaks of the importance of advocacy skills and outlines the salient qualities all law students must possess. And he listed an acronym from A to Z. It is why you must buy the book. I will not tell you what the A to Z is. In chapter 3, Kingsley compares law students to an embryo. This brilliant lawyer proves to us that indeed lawyers are learned. And when people tell you that lawyers are learned and the rest people are educated, believe it is true. Because Kingsley then delves into biological sciences. He's not sitting down here. I would have told him that he should also sell it to Faculty of Biological Sciences just for what is in chapter 3. They can read it and pass their exams as well. One very important thing he said in chapter 3. Thank you. One very important thing he said in chapter 3 that, got my attention is that the miscarriage of the embryonic lawyer will curtail studentship and will breed professional incompetence. Let me not say anything about that. I'll go on. In chapter 4, Kingsley introduces also the concept of reshaped lawyers and drives home his point with a scriptural passage in Romans 8 verse 19 to underscore the weight of purpose and the reason why the embryonic lawyer should stay the course and be formed and birthed. He advises on the need to be inducted into a habit of lifelong study. There's a joke we normally when we finished our bar finals. Everything they told you about bar finals is true. Corporate law practice. Do you remember? The exam was supposed to start by 3 p.m. For whatever reason, 1 hour later, the exam had not started. There was this heavily pregnant woman in the hall, waiting, and I think her water broke or something, and they had to rush her out of the hall. So when you hear that they normally keep ambulance outside the hall, you better believe it's not a joke. It's not a joke. If they had brought in, all these machines they used to check people's BP, every one of us in that hall that day had high blood pressure. There's nothing anybody wants to tell me. And when we finished, some people said, for the next 5 years, they will not even read billboard. That anything anybody is advertising, they're on their own. That cannot be you. No, it can't be you if you're going to be the kind of lawyer that Kingsley is talking about in this book. So you must stay the course and be formed and birthed. Kingsley speaks of qualities like attention to details, time management, being commercially conscious, great communication and research skills, being determined and confidently resilient. I know that because I get a lot of LinkedIn connection requests from law students. People should pipe down on the high names here. How are you a senior advocate in the university? Who dashed you? And you just see, and they'll confidently put the senior advocate of University of Nigeria, and I'm like, so where would some of you are chief judges, and you bring it onto LinkedIn, and I'm like, okay, why are you not coming to me for mention when you're already a chief judge? I'm still aspiring to maybe even be a judge myself. You're already a chief judge. Come and mentor me. Don't tell me to mentor you. Don't just get carried away by the names that you call yourself. Being a lawyer doesn't mean you should not be aware of what's going on around you. And I'm particularly grateful to Kingsley for mentioning being commercially conscious. Because at some point in your career, yes, you might do the heavy lifting as an associate, and then they start promoting you, rewarding you for that hard work you're doing. Then when you become a senior associate, the learned silks of this world will now start expecting you to bring in business. And if you're not commercially conscious and you don't know what is happening around you, you can't bring in. See, I put it to you, does not put food on the table. It doesn't. So you must be commercially conscious. You must be aware of everything that is happening around you, so that when performance management time comes, you can say, yes, I brought in XYZ amount of clients. This is the amount of money they brought into the firm. And if you're even seeking to, when you get to that senior associate level, you're seeking to move from one firm to the other. Look, they have a lot of people that can do the position of the law is, and also, it is trite that a lot of people can already do that. It's hard to read a written address or a brief these days and not see people say it is trite. So I swore that I'll never use it is trite. So I've never used it is trite for at least 5 years because it is too trite. There's no point for all of us triting. But point is, from now, you already know what it will take. So you start, reading news. If you're going to be on social media, be on social media for the right reasons. You cannot be joining them with incident challenge. It is to be looking at the legal risks that are inherent in that civil challenge that they are doing. You heard when the keynote speaker was speaking about it, that he always looks for where to transfer risks. So instead of saying maybe the mate to take the children to school, you rather have them bring school bus to come and so that whatever happens, you bought market however you see it. So you must have that kind of eye. You cannot be joining them to this severe challenge. You should be advising them on the risks inherent in that. Let me move on. In chapter 5, Kingsley speaks about the hurdle from the past and the importance of divine interventions, how God places people on the way to help us reach greater heights. Among the interesting things in this chapter, I'm caused by the concept of assuming the lawyer's position. You don't need to wait till you're a lawyer before you start thinking like one, and asking the path before you become it. After all, the embryonic lawyer only awaits the certificate to gain the license to act as he already believes himself to be. Nobody should be in doubt. So, let me tell you, if you have to go and buy brighter grammar, don't say that you have finished secondary school and that the last time you used brighter grammar was in primary school. If you have to go and buy brighter grammar, you should not stand in front of the church and say, praise the Lord. I'm not trying to say that anybody, but you should not stand in front of the church and then your pastor comes to you. Hold the mic. I'm not a lawyer. What did you lady in BSc in law? If you have to go and buy brighter grammar, sorry, scratch that. Forget brighter grammar. What was this one? You learn, I'm not joking, I'm serious. You will learn English in this book. Chapter 6 is all about partnerships. Partnership with God and men. Kingsley speaks about the necessity of partnerships and the outcome of healthy partnerships. You can't do it alone, really. I should also let you know that, of course, you also read it in the book. There's also the place of service, right? And how to, have your name, you have a niche for yourself in the industry, and you hardly need to do it as a lone ranger, right? Running alone. You should learn to form, partnerships with people. Sometimes it's your temperament. If I tell you that I'm a very introverted person, you don't believe it. You won't believe it now because I'm talking. Don't worry, wait until you finish and you come and talk to me personally, and then I'm just looking at you like I'm shy. But when it's a gathering like this, I've trained myself over the years to be able to speak to, large congregations. In chapter 7, Kingsley brings us to the end of the book, but he reminds us that that is not the end, but it's rather a means to other ends. Yes, he informed us in the book that the call to bar is a call to many other things that are crucial to the practice of law. Those of you who are aspirants to the bar, I want to beg you, this bar that they're talking about, not the bar where they drink beer. Because someone posted on Twitter that lawyers seem to have a problem with alcoholism, and the response was, "What do you expect? They called them to the bar." That's not the bar, that we're speaking about. And after your call to bar, you have to develop passion for other things, that maybe defense projects or indigents and the rest of them. Sometimes people really have good cases, but you don't have money to pursue the good cases. And sometimes even people that are kind-hearted as good suit that they are wearing, they didn't get it for free, but not as if someone came to say, "Oh, for this is what they have done, take." And Kingsley, were all gathered together here to come. Not have been together. Even instead to have been the case of the person who wrote the book, I was begging for money to print it if they don't charge, So there's that as well. No doubt this book is worth a read, and more importantly, a great companion for embryonic lawyers. Thank you, Kingsley, for such a great book. I hope it reaches the ends of the earth and many benefit from the depth of your wisdom. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mama. That was profound. I think we understand the book even before we buy it or before we have it. But I will just tell you one thing that I experienced personally. I was still in service here when I read a book written by Steve Farrar, Pointsman. I read that book. It's if I won't understand the book, I won't bother reading it. So I read at night most times, especially educational books. I read at night so that I would have concentration. And if I'm not going to read it, I read that book and understood it, but I did not find that book applicable to my life at the point, because it was talking about being a good father in comparison to our relationship with God being our Father on earth. So I read the book, I understood. I even gave it out to many of my friends. I bought the first one, they took it. I bought the second one, they took it. I think I have the third one now, and I have it in soft copy also. But the lesson from it is that now I am a father, and I have to go back to that book, because now I need guidance now, unlike when I did not understand it. As a law student, you can have this book and think, I've read this book, or all these things they have said, that I don't see anything applicable to me. Just buy it and keep it, so that you will not look for it in the future, because there are many things you won't understand. And I gave an introduction of it. I said when I left the university, I wasn't specifically understanding what I have done with 5 years. So there are scattered evidence law, thoughts. If I put these things together, they don't still make sense in my head. So we went to the law school, and it started making little sense. And at the law school, they were still telling us, this thing does not make sense now. You will learn it in practice. So many of us, we still go back to our Buddhas. And the rest of them, we still go back to our evil days. We still go back to, in fact, there was someone that was disturbing me for a law of thought. What? Leave me alone now. He said, see, that book, I must look for it wherever it is. So, these are books we bought in the secondary school, but we still have use for them now. The simple principle is that you do not appreciate. You won't see them in the deep books when you need them. You have to go back to those books that gave you that beginning. This is what this book tells us. In 5 minutes, our time is fast spent. Please, I want us to just, we have the keynote speaker who has spoken. We have Leonard Singh, my senior, and my friend who have spoken here today. If you have any reactions, questions in 5 minutes, very quickly, make it very short so that you can have more understanding of whatever you have heard here today. Very quickly, please. And no one is asking questions. Okay. Second, I think I've got a turn to you so that please. Okay. So that I can give the mic to this. I think the first stand was up there. Yeah. No, give it. The first stand was there. Thank you. Up to the course observed, I noticed so element sync at every and the other rituals and we have had. Well, if there was any remark, any comments. Yes. So mine is not a question, rather, I just want to say that we have had a very interesting session. I have enjoyed so much from the sessions from all the speakers, all the reviewers that have spoken, and I would even say that I wish we have more of that. So thank you very much. Thank you. We will call on Mr. Kingsley to write more books. Here we have. We all have an amazing time here today. Question.
Good day everyone, I'm John Talaki, a second year student, University of Lagos. So thank you so much for the sessions. It has been insightful, it has been humorous, and we have learned a lot. So my question is on commercial viability, being commercially conscious. As someone in school now, I feel it may be somehow late if we start in practice. That is my thought. Like while in school, while in university, what should undergraduates do, knowing that eventually when you're practicing as a lawyer, when you're called to bar, you have to bring something to the people in your firms. What can undergraduates do to prepare for that? Thank you.
Okay. Before I will give it to anyone to answer, I'll remind you that the book we are launching today was written in the university. So, any answer to that? Sir?
Well, thank you for the question. I think my understanding of the question is how you can, when you are in the university, train yourself to be commercially savvy. The good fortune you have is that you've even heard the word at all to be commercially minded when you're in the university. Some of us never heard of it until we're years into law practice. But at the heart of it is understanding that law is a business. For some of you, a lot of you in university, you see law as a prestigious profession, and service is the key. And by service, you mean servant. But in the last few decades, the face of law has changed. It's become entirely a business. Even those who are in the human rights community, they understand that human rights is a business. And what does that mean? It means that the service that you render has value because you're solving and providing solutions to problems. And so you need to be rewarded for solving those problems in a way that will help you also to maintain yourself, maintain your practice, maintain your family. In those days, lawyers were shy to put a high fee to their service. But I'll share an interesting story. Again, back to when I was with Ulisa Bakova. This was, again, that period when Chief Williams and Chief Gani Fahimi, they were all at each other's neck. There was a matter that we were doing. We were involved in the Okadigbo impeachment in the National Assembly. And Ulisa Bakova was a lawyer in the matter. Chief Gani Fahimi was a lawyer in the matter. Both of them charged 10 million. At that time, 10 million was like 100 million now. Chief Gani Fahimi's bill was to take in instructions and for appearing in the matter 10 million. Ulisa Bakova's bill was 3 pages. He broke it down. For taking instructions, research, attending meetings, advising the client, telephone calls, everything was broken down. 10 million. He was scientific. And this day newspaper at the time carried it and said they both charged the same amount, but Ulisa Bakova's bill was more scientific. It showed exactly what he did. People didn't understand why Chief Gani Fahimi had to charge 10 million. What's the point? What's the message? We have reached a point in the development of the law where lawyers are no longer shy to charge. You can charge 100 million now, and EFCC will not come after you. You can justify it because of the value. So for you in the university, what do? You have to first start to read how lawyers operate. The websites of international law firms, local law firms who are commercially oriented, visit those websites. See how they operate. And while you are in school there, I know you have this, I think, moot court, for instance, your law school, law school students association, you have programs, right? Organize programs that enable you demonstrate the real way practice works. In other words, bill. I mean, I know you're not going to pay real money, but try to bill for the service that you're rendering. when you do your moot court, you have lawyers that appear in your moot court. Is that correct? They represent a client, or if they don't, they should represent a client. The client should be billed. Learn how to bill. In the law firms of everyone here, they have mastered the art of billing. So they understand that time is value and it is money. And so they represent and try to put a value to each time, the time that they spend. Even though I know at the end of the day, we work more than we are paid, but at least you have a sense of what you should be paid and to be guided. I think I've said enough on that. Thank you. And then do internship as well. Do internship, very important.
Very well. Please, can we jam our hands? That was a very rich answer. I hope you took the clue. I hope you got what the learned silk is saying. It's deeper than the words, if you do understand it.
Thank you, Leonard. Just to add to that, you need to start building your social capital. Because you are not going to be instructed by spirits. You are going to be instructed by human. And people will not instruct you simply because you're a lawyer or because you are the best lawyer. It starts with a relationship. So start building a relationship. Learn humility. It is said that a name may open a door for you, but character keeps that door open. So have the right character. The kind of clients you want to work for tomorrow, there's somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody in that company. Start creating relationship. Start building the bridges. So that by the time you are called to the bar, by the time you are a lawyer, you just be one step away from the door of the decision maker, of the work giver. But if you want to wait until you are called, you might find yourself several kilometers away from the door of the work giver. So start now. The earlier the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very rich. Okay. Oh, wow.
So let me just let me hammer on building your social presence. Many recruiters are on LinkedIn, and I'm always shocked when I ask law students if they're on LinkedIn, and the answer is no. You see, if as a professional, LinkedIn is the professional social networking site. You can't be on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, having hot takes. On Twitter, you are the dragging specialist. When someone says something, you know how to drag them like their tiger generator. But you don't have any LinkedIn presence. The question is how people know that you are this kind of person. I'm not saying you should not use all those other social networks, but you should use them to your advantage. Now, it is possible that as a law student, you're writing on contemporary issues, and your articles are generating a lot of hits online, so that even everyone seated here can see what you're writing. The more reactions and the more impressions that your post generates, the better chances you stand for more people to see the post. So the recruiters of all these firms can see, what you do, and they can easily reach out to you. They can easily reach out to you because they can see you as a good fit for them. Say, for instance, you're writing about maybe something has happened. Maybe, electricity tariff has just been increased, right? And now you have power supply going to the band AU, subscribers, right? What they should see on your social media platform is not this government is a useless government. I don't know what they are doing. They don't think. If I am a recruiter and I see that, I'll be put off because we are not expecting you to come to the firm and when clients bring their issues, you say, no, don't mind this. That's how Nigerian government is. So they don't used to think well. That's not a solution to your client's problem, right? If you're already showing problem-solving skills from your own social media platforms, you are already showing commercial awareness, right? And like the Leonard Silk said, learn to charge. Don't be shy to charge. Let me tell you, people who pay fee, the ones who pay the least are the greatest troublers. Hope you know. They come with wahala. You see, the ones who pay well, they trust you. That's why they want you to take the headache away from them. That's why they pay you that much, right? So you would also have to learn that when the time comes. I mean, of course, you cannot go and be preparing contracts for people when you have not been called to the Nigerian bar. If you don't know, let me tell you now. Don't go and try your hands on that, or you start preparing tenancy agreement because your father is a landlord and you have not been called to the Nigerian bar and they are charging fee for it and they are paying you a percentage. That's a crime. But my point is, learn to use social media to your advantage. That's one way to show that you're commercially aware. And go for internships. Don't be like people like me. I didn't know about internships until I started practicing. When I was in the university, when it's holiday periods, I stay back in school to read, right? I thought it was a good thing until I finished and I actually had absolutely nowhere to go. So I started from an untiered law firm because nobody knew my father. Nobody knew me either. And I didn't have any online presence at all. And that was, regardless of the fact that in the university I had gone for even international moot court competitions in the US and Netherlands, but I didn't have that online presence that could help people see who I was, right? So my first law firm was a law firm where the principal will even send you to go and buy beans and dodo for his daughter. And that was part of your JD, right? That's part of if you don't do it, of course, he won't tell you that you're not okay. If you do it, it's not a problem. But I mean, if you don't go, there's going to be problems, right? So it's your prerogative to ensure that you put yourself on the map and be seen. Very important. Be seen. Don't be obscure.
Thank you. That was very rich. I know you are making many people feel nostalgic with that analysis. Beginning to remember a lot of things. John Justice. We are beginning to remember a lot of things. But that has passed. And this prepares you better. This is an opportunity that gives you a better edge. I didn't have forums like this in the university to attend book launch that give this opportunity. Please, can you jam your hands together once again? We'll say thank you to Mr. Kingsley. This is a privilege. I want to quickly recognize Mr. Clement Odalume. Please, can you just allow us to appreciate you? Thank you. We are pleased to have you. Thank you very much. And thank you for your comment. Mr. Kazim Odunsi. Thank you very much. Good to have you. Thank you very much. Welcome. We have Professor Bankole Shodipo, SAN, represented by Mr. Daniel Ozoma Esquire. Good to have you. Welcome very much, sir. Thank you very much. We would quickly go into the book launch proper. And I would quickly, without wasting any time, call the chief launch. Please. The book launch is an avenue to generate income, like we have heard, we are not afraid to speak about incomes anymore. So it's an avenue to generate income for brighter and better use. It's an avenue to appreciate this good work that has been put together. And it's also an avenue to invest in knowledge, especially for this one. So no one is exempted from it. I know students who were in the school and were making more money than lecturers in the class. I know we have such students here. Please do not shy away from this investment and this opportunity to put down something. The book launch presentation will be led by Sir Oladele Ojogbede Esquires. Very well. So I want you to call. Yes, very well, sir, because we have to present you with a copy of the book. You would have to. I think where's the scissors to break the book? I'm very well, sir. Thank you, sir. Where do I put?
Okay, let me have a copy of the book. The lawyer in Embryo. Well, our people have spoken so much on this book, and I'm sure the content will be useful to everyone. It will be useful in my library. I'm going to mention a figure for the launch, but it's not going to be a limit to your contributions. What I'm saying in essence is that being the first launcher, you can also launch more than me. You understand? So I will be launching a copy for 100,000 naira. And I encourage everyone here present to do similarly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, can we jam our hands? Thank you very much. I will start from the book reviewers after the chief launcher, so that we can start from this place over to that place. Learned essence, sir. It's a privilege, and we are blessed.
I hope I can sit down. I have noted the comments of the chief launcher, which is to say that the amount he launched is without prejudice to whatever I will launch. I would like to communicate to the author after today what my launch. So the amount to be communicated to him in due course.
We're very glad, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. All right. In my tripartite representation, on behalf of Professor Fabian Ajogwesen, Mr. Ebimoh, I hope you are listening. I think he has communicated to you by email, and I think the launching for the sum has also been transferred, have been communicated. So he has launched 5 copies to a sum which you already know, 5 copies. So on behalf of myself and the managing partner, I'll be launching 4 copies of the book for a sum of 100,000 naira.
Thank you very much, my friend.
All right. Well, the learners yourself should not follow his pattern. So, I would not follow his pattern because we've been trained to be obedient children. So on behalf of myself and my wife, we'll also be launching the. Well, am I supposed to say the number of copies or? Any number. All right. On behalf of myself and my wife, will be. Can I get an idea? Okay. Well, on behalf of my wife and I, will be donating 10 copies of the book to the Niger Delta University Library. For now, we'll put a value of 100,000 naira on that.
Thank you very much. We are blessed to have you. We say thank you. I don't want everyone standing up, so I will do the going round to get the lunch prizes. Please feel free to announce the prizes. The way we feel free to bill clients, you should feel free to talk about money.
Well, this is a bit difficult for me. Because I'm a person under authority, I would need to consult on the amount that my own organization would be launching the book. But personally, I would take a copy for 25,000.
Thank you very much, sir. I know my friend represents the chairman of the occasion, and the chairman, by way of communication, has spoken with us. However, I'm not going to exempt him. I will use the power vested in me as a friend to dip my hands into your deep pockets today. Sir John Justice.
Thank you, Paul. Leonard Silk, Leonard Seniors, distinguished guests. As Paul earlier said, I represent Mr. Chukwuka Ikwazom, SAN, and had earlier on passed on his apologies. So the Leonard Silk has informed me that he had previously reached out to the author and he has made his contribution known to him. So for me, I want to support my friend Kingsley and to also encourage other budding authors in the house. It's a very good thing he has done. I am personally proud of him. So in my capacity as his friend, I will pick a copy for 50,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, if you want to, I've said this does not exempt students. So on behalf of Ambassador and yourself,
okay. I thank God for my brother here and for the ambassador. Everything took me unawares, honestly, unawares. But for myself, I will speak for myself. From all that has been said here, as a minister of the gospel, I would like to have that book for myself. I would like to have it, and I will support him with the sum of 20,000 naira.
thank you very much, sir. The sum of 20,000. We are very grateful. We are very appreciative, sir.
All protocols observed. I would like to support this endeavor by launching a copy with 25,000 naira.
It's a lovely opportunity. I will also want to support the launch with a sum of 20,000.
Thank you very much. We are very grateful. Yes, okay. Brother.
Well, on behalf of Class from Lagos Island, we want to support with a sum of 20,000.
I will support the book launch, but the amount will be communicated to the audience.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We really appreciate that. Definitely.
All protocols duly observed. I'll be supporting with the sum of 10,000 naira. I'll pick just a copy.
Thank you very much.
Well, the author is actually a friend and a former colleague, so no amount will be too much. Well, I will be supporting the launch, be picking up 2 copies for the sum of 50,000 naira.
Thank you very much. We are very grateful. Okay. I please, I beg of you. We are going to just take a break to take pictures. We have our Leonard Silk and other members who are very engaged. In fact, we are very privileged to have them. Okay, I'm coming, sir.
I stand on all existing protocol, and on behalf of Professor Bankole Shodibo, SAN, I will ask the author to send 2 copies of the books to the law firm of Joe Shodibo & Co. for the sum of 50,000 naira.
Okay, thank you very much. Please let us the crew, the camera crew, please let's set and prepare for while we just round this off.
All protocols observed. I'll be supporting the launch with 20,000 naira for 2 copies.
Thank you very much. 2 copies for 20,000. Are we ready for the pictures? Are we using the stage or are we staying outside? Okay, we have to use the stage, please. Please let them prepare. I think that should be off. That should go aside so we can have a picture. I'll be with you shortly.
All right. On behalf of the students of the University of Lagos, I'll be supporting the launch of the book. Two copies for 20,000.
Please. Okay. Thank you for your interest. Please, let's get people who are able-bodied to help move that.
On behalf of my husband, Zebulon Agonma, and myself, I support the launch. We support the launch with a sum of 10,000 naira.
Thank you very much. Please. Yes, I.
Standing on the existing protocols, I don't know if there are year 1 students, year 1 law students here. Year 1. How many of you? How many year 1 law students? How many of you? How many? 3? 4. Okay, for the 4 of you, how many? 5. Okay, for the 5 of you, 6. For the 6 of you, you pick the books for the 6 of you for 30,000 naira. And I will take one for myself for 10,000 naira.
Thank you very much, sir. That's very thoughtful. Thank you very much.
You see? What God cannot do does not exist. So we have a copy from the year one student already. Please, anyone indicate very well. Very well.
Good day, learned seniors. Good day, colleagues, and every other guest here present. I'll be supporting Mr. Kingsley, my colleague, right from the University of Uyo. I'll be supporting this launch with 10,000 naira, and I'll just pick a copy of the book.
Thank you very much. 10,000. 10,000. Any other person? Okay. Please, we can indicate by show of hand. We'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay. All protocol observed. On behalf of my husband and the family, we are supporting this book launch with 50,000 naira.
Thank you very much. Please, any more launchers? Any more launchers? Please. Any more launchers? Thank you very much. Please, Mr. Temitokwe. Mr. Temitokwe. He said you are not a public person. He said you are not a public person. You like Okay. Okay.
This begins your journey of surviving through the choice. The Lawyer in Embryo presents the way forward into a fulfilled long dream. This is your future in your hands for the molding. The blueprint to rising from the cradle beyond the crossroads to the sky. Ikechukwu Uwana-esque. Chairman, Nigerian Bar Association, Lagos Branch. Do you aspire to leave a mark in the sand of time in the legal profession? Then the lawyer in Embryo offers you time, tested and pragmatic approaches on navigating the terrains between your passion and fulfillment of your
Okay.
career pursuit
Please,
in
if you
law.
still
It
have
is a rare
anyone who wants to
masterpiece
launch,
that will
please,
guide your choice
let's
from the
do by
cradle
the
to
show
that
of hands,
outstanding
please.
lawyer you ever aspired to become. Alex
I think the copies for
Eduma
the law students
S.,
should be given to
Assistant
them.
Registrar
100
Legal,
level law students.
Accra University of Agriculture, Umadike,
Please.
Umuahia, Nigeria.
If we need the account
A
number of the
seminal work
author,
indeed.
I think
Thumbs
it
up.
should be
Inspiration
projected.
like
Is there?
lava flows freely from this painstakingly crafted prose that is not prosaic.
Please, we
A
can project.
roundly captivating story that is equally rich in beautiful anecdotes.
We can
and
project
handy
the account
nuggets
details
about
of the
how
author.
a challenging beginning, outmatched by self-belief and deliberate industry, can only redound.
Please,
to a
everyone who has
sparkling and
requested a
rewarding
copy,
career in law, Collins
sequel to the launch, please
lawyer,
let them have
scholar,
it
and
very
entrepreneur.
quickly. I think we
Few
can still
books have been
dispense with
written
this.
to illustrate one's entrance into
Ini.
Nigeria's legal profession. This book is one of its kind. The 7 chapters
Please.
of this book represent a young man's triumphant entrance and journey into the Nigeria's legal profession and his motivation thereto. Though not without its challenges, the journey was trudged on defiantly, enabled by faith and vital success character traits explored in the book. The author's story is a masterpiece, representing the kind of motivation most lawyers of repute had at the beginning of their eventful legal careers. The contents of this book will motivate aspiring lawyers and will prove a worthy read for lawyers who are at a crossroads in their careers. Lauren Sec. No. These days, many young people are given the challenge to dream big, and in the bid to do so, many have chosen career paths without considering the nitty-gritties. Reading through this book has broadened my knowledge on the necessary skills needed to be a competent lawyer. As a law student, it will guide you to getting the best out of your law program. With this, you would ace law exams and rise to bear the status, learned counsel, barrister at law, and the likes. Most interestingly, you will be more prepared to face the new ballgame of rendering legal services within the bounds of law that will affect the legal standing of real-life clients. Have fun reading. Miss Abigail Amalai, law student, Faculty of Law, University of Lagos.
Thank you very much. Yes, the last law students, 100 level, please. If you have not gotten the book, indicate by show of hands. We had 6 persons. 6 persons. Law students, 100 level. Okay. One more person. Hundred level. 100 level. One more person. I've given. Such person should indicate. How many? Okay, that's all. Thank you. Please, 10 copies for Mr. Emmanuel. 10 copies. Yeah. Yes, 10 copies. Please, we are not through here. Please, we still have some programs.
Please, if we have launched and we need copies of the book, please, we can indicate. Okay, how many? Three. Yes.
For equal as well, for equal as well. How many goes to bring 4? Make I add them to the complementary for them. Yeah, let's do one more. Thank so much, Sharon.
Please, we are not through yet. We are just trying to take pictures. We still need to settle down. We still have presentations from the law students. One we would enjoy very much. We still have presentation from the law students. Please, we are calling for more sponsors. We don't have books in the Unilag library. We don't have books in the LASU library. If we have anyone that can donate in lunch to them, we would appreciate it, so that the book gets to the library. Please, we still call for sponsorship. Any university you want us to send the books to, we can. Please, we call for sponsorship. We can remember to send books to our alumni, schools, tertiary institutions, please. Just make the launch and indicate. We will get it there. Or you can take it yourself there. Please, if we need copies, we can have it. If you want an autograph from the author, you can disturb him now. Please, let's round up the photography section. We have a presentation by the students. The Law Students Society, Unilag.
Author's story is a masterpiece, representing the kind of motivation most lawyers of repute had at the beginning of their eventful legal
Please, we are
career.
rounding off
Career.
this
After
section.
that,
There's a red
this
carpet
begins your
outside.
journey
We can
of
also have
surviving
pictures
through
at the end of the
choice.
event.
The Lawyer in Embryo presents the way forward into a fulfilled law.
Please,
Dream.
please.
This is your future in your hands for the molding. The
Unilag
movement to
Law
rising from the
Society.
cradle beyond the
Are we ready?
crossroads to the sky. Ikechukwu Yuana S.
Are we ready,
Chairman,
or have we changed our
Nigerian
mind?
Bar Association.
Are we ready?
Lagos branch. Do you aspire to leave a mark in the sand of time in the legal profession? Then the Lawyer in Embryo offers you time, tested and pragmatic approaches on navigating the terrains between your passion and fulfillment of your career pursuit in law. It is a rare masterpiece that will guide your choice from the cradle to that outstanding lawyer you ever aspired to become. Alex N. Eduma Esk, Assistant Registrar Legal, Accra University of Agriculture, Umudike, Umuahia, Nigeria. A seminal work indeed. Thumbs up. Inspiration like lava flows freely from this painstakingly crafted prose that is not prosaic. A roundly captivating story that is equally rich in beautiful anecdotes and handy nuggets about how a challenging beginning, outmatched by self-belief and deliberate industry, can only redound to a sparkling and rewarding career in law. Collins A. I.O.S. Lawyer, scholar, and entrepreneur. Few books have been written to illustrate one's entrance into Nigeria's legal profession. This book is one of its kind. The 7 chapters there too. Though not without its challenges, the journey was trudged on defiantly, enabled by faith and vital success character traits explored in the book. The author's story is a masterpiece, representing the kind of motivation most lawyers of repute had at the beginning of their eventful legal careers. The contents of this book will motivate aspiring lawyers
The Lagos
and will
State
prove a
Uni-
worthy read for lawyers who
University
are at
of
a crossroads
Lagos.
in their
Please,
careers.
can you come
Lauren
up for your
said,
presentation
"No.
quickly?"
These days,
The quiz,
many young
yes, the
people are
quiz.
given the challenge to dream big, and in the
We
bid
are
to
speaking
do
the
so,
same
many have
language,
chosen
the quiz.
career paths without considering the nitty-gritties. Reading through this book has broadened my knowledge on the necessary skills
Thank
needed
you very
to be
much.
a competent
We can
lawyer.
continue
As a law
the
student,
section
it will guide you to
at the
getting
red
the
copy,
best out of your
at the
law
red
program.
carpet outside,
With this,
please.
you would ace law exams and rise to bear the status, learn counsel, barrister at law, and the likes. Most interestingly, you will be more prepared to face the new ballgame of rendering legal services within the bounds of law that will affect the legal standing of real-life clients. Have fun reading. Miss Abigail Amalai, law student, Faculty of Law, University of Lagos. This begins your journey of
Good
surviving through
afternoon,
the choice.
everyone.
The Lawyer in
Thank you all for coming to this wonderful
Embryo
event.
presents
We're students from Faculty of Law Unilag, and the great man that we are here to support today, Mr. Kingsley Ebimoh, Esquire. He's sponsoring our LSS intra-faculty quiz. So we're holding the grand finale of the quiz here. And we have from 80 contestants, we brought it down to just top 5. And so the first position will be going home with 50,000, the second 30,000, and the third 20,000. And this is all sponsored by our very own Mr. Kingsley Ebimoh, Esquire. So we'll call up the contestants now, and all 5 of them, to come up on stage, and let's have the final round. Please, let's put our hands together as they come forward. Please. And to handle the quiz session, we'll be having David and Michael. Please, let's put our hands together as they come forward. We will soon be done. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll be proceeding to the quiz section right now. So there are 34 questions in total. 5 contestants, as you can see them here. And there will be 6 rounds. Each contestant has 10 seconds to answer the question. And within these 10 seconds, they have the right to repeat. They have the right to ask me to repeat the answers, not the question. I would read the question 2 times. After 2 times, I won't be reading again. Now then I'll move to reading the answers, and I'll be reading the answer once. And they have 10 seconds to answer the question. Within these 10 seconds, they have the right to ask me to repeat the answers, not the questions. So once, yes, the answers, the options, not the questions. So I'll repeat the questions twice. The answers what? Once. So my partner here would proceed with the questions. So you guys have to choose between 1 to 34. That is 6 round. We have 34 questions, and you have to choose between 1 to 34. So you can proceed. Please, we'll be starting from my brother here from the right.
Sorry, what's your name? Elijah. Pick your question.
Number 2.
Question number 2. Who was the first Inspector General of Police in Nigeria? I repeat, who was the first Inspector General of Police in Nigeria? A. Louis Orok Edet. B. Suleiman Abba. C. Muhammad Abubakar Adamu. D. Solomon E. Arazi.
A. Louis Orok Edet.
You are correct. Contestant number 2, your question, please.
Question 1.
Question 1. What's the name, please?
Olatunji Olasukomi.
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 All right. Sukomi, are you ready to spar? So your question goes thus. Which one of the following statements is untrue? I repeat. Which one of the following statements is untrue? A. Performance of a contractual duty owed to a third party does not amount to good consideration. B. Generally, performance by A of an existing legal duty does not provide fresh consideration for a new promise made by B. C. Generally, the performance of a pre-existing contractual obligation by A does not provide fresh consideration for a new promise made by B. D. Generally, part payment of a debt does not constitute sufficient consideration.
A.
Sukomi, you are correct.
Yeah, my name is Adebayo Rokip.
All right. Adebayo, are you ready to spar?
Yeah.
So, what's the question?
Question 10.
Question 10. In relation to the requirement of certainty, which one of the following statements is true? I repeat. In relation to the requirement of certainty, which one of the following statements is true? A. If an agreement is uncertain, the court will rewrite it to provide it with the requisite certainty. B. Where the parties have wholly or partially performed their obligations under a contract, the court is unlikely to hold that a contract is valid due to vagueness or uncertainty. C. Where the words of a contract are vague, the court will automatically hold that the contract is invalid. D. The court will never uphold an agreement that is incomplete.
D.
D is wrong.
Okay. I'm Isaac Adebi.
Okay.
Question 13.
Question 13. Who was the first indigenous Speaker of the House of Representatives in Nigeria? I repeat. Who was the first indigenous Speaker of the House of Representatives in Nigeria? A. Nnamdi Azikiwe. B. Nwafor Orizu. C. Jaja Nwachukwu. D. Akintola Williams.
Jaja Nwachukwu.
C is correct.
My name is Agri Peter.
Peter.
Number 15.
Number 15. When was the Central Bank of Nigeria established? When was the Central Bank of Nigeria established? A. 1958. B. 1953. C. 1960. D. 1963.
D.
Come again.
D.
Oh, D. D is wrong.
Number 4.
Quick question number 4. Ibibio ethnic group is predominantly found in which Nigerian state? Ibibio ethnic group is predominantly found in which Nigerian state? A. Cross River State. B. Akwa Ibom State. C. Edo State. D. Delta State. Ten seconds.
Akwa Ibom.
Time up.
Akwa Ibom.
Akwa Ibom.
So if he says an answer after 10 seconds, you ruled it out. Before 10 seconds. Okay, I'll give it to you.
Okay. Before 10 seconds. So B is correct. It's correct. Oh, your question.
Question
Choose the question.
7.
Question 7. Okay. Tin. That mineral resources. Tin is majorly found in A. Owerri. B. Enugu. C. Kano. D. Jos.
Jos.
D is correct. Your question.
Question 20.
Question 20. Okay. What was Queen Elizabeth II's surname? What was Queen Elizabeth II's surname? A. Windsor. B. Mountbatten. C. Tudor. D. Stuart.
D.
D. Stuart is incorrect.
Okay, number 3.
Question 3.
3.
Okay. Question 3 goes thus. What is a unilateral contract? I repeat. What is a unilateral contract? A. A contract in which both parties are legally bound to perform their side of the agreement. B. A unilateral contract is a contract whereby only one party promises to perform an act if the other party performs a stipulated act, but the other party is not under an obligation to perform the stipulated act. C. A contract involving only one party. D. A contract that either party can withdraw from at any time.
B.
B.
Yes.
B is correct.
Question 18.
Question 18. Okay. Who came second in the FIFA Women's World Cup in 2019? Who came second in the FIFA Women's World Cup in 2019? A. Sweden. B. Netherlands. C. England. D. Germany.
D.
D is incorrect.
Number 1.
I think number 1 has been. They've taken number 1. They've taken number 1. Another number, please.
Number 8. 8.
Number 8. So all right. Number 8. All right, your question goes thus. What is the principal effect of a counteroffer? What is the principal effect of a counteroffer? A counteroffer creates a new offer, but the original offer is still capable of being accepted. B, a counteroffer creates a binding contract based on the terms of the counteroffer. C, a counteroffer destroys the original offer and replaces it with a new offer. D, a counteroffer creates a binding contract based on the terms of the original offer.
C.
C is correct.
Question 15.
Question 15. Question 15 has been picked. Another number.
16.
16.
Yeah.
All right. Who was the first female Major General in the Nigerian Army? Who was the first female Major General in the Nigerian Army? A. Folake Sholanke. B. Margaret Echo. C. Aderonke Kale. D. Grace Alele Williams.
Caleb. C.
What option?
C.
C.
You want to Caleb, yeah.
C is correct.
Question 32.
Question 32. Good. What are the requirements for a valid and binding contract? What are the requirements for a valid and binding contract? A. Offer, acceptance, consideration, and intention to create legal relations. B. Offer, acceptance, certainty, practicality, and intention to create legal relations. C. Offer, acceptance, certainty, consideration, and reasonableness. D. Offer, acceptance, certainty, consideration, and intention to create legal relations.
A.
A is incorrect.
Question 23. 23.
23.
Yes.
23.
So, and 3.
Which 5 colors make up the Olympic rings? I repeat. Which 5 colors make up the Olympic rings? A. Blue, green, red, yellow, black. B. Green, yellow, red, blue, white. C. Red, yellow, green, blue, orange. D. Black, white, blue, yellow, green.
Sorry, the options again.
A. Blue, green, red, yellow, black. B. Green, yellow, red, blue, white.
White. B.
B. B is incorrect.
25.
25. All right. 25 goes thus. The case of Solomon and Solomon is an important authority for A. Past consideration. B. Legal personality.
B is correct.
What did you say?
B is the correct answer.
B. B is correct. A round of applause for these guys, please. All right.
Please, your question. Please be fast. There's no time.
Question 5.
Question 5. Question 5. Okay. Which of these plays is not written by Wole Soyinka? Which of these plays is not written by Wole Soyinka? A. Not written by Wole Soyinka. A. The Lion and the Jewel. B. A Dance of the Forest. C. The Gods Are Not to Be Blamed. D. Death and the King's Horseman.
The gods are not to blame.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Very sure. Correct.
17.
17. Okay. What does Hakuna Matata mean? If you watch Lion King, you should get this. So, what does Hakuna Matata mean? A. No worries. B. Peace and tranquility. C. Live without fear. D. Freedom and joy.
No worries.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Correct. Please we move to the next.
Question 33.
Question what?
33.
33. Okay. Okay. What's the chemical symbol for tin? What is the chemical symbol for tin? Tin. Tin. A. Tn. B. Sn. C. Ti. D. St.
TN.
Tn. Wow. You got it wrong. Thank you. Please move to the next one. So,
Question 6.
question 6. Is it, question 6. Okay. Still, which one of the following statements regarding acceptance is true? I repeat, which one of the following statements regarding acceptance is true? A. Generally, there is no need for an offeree to communicate his acceptance to the offeror. B. An offeree can accept an offer of which he was not aware. C. Silence does not constitute value acceptance. D. Generally, acceptance needs not precisely match the terms of the offer.
C.
C.
Silence does not constitute.
I'm not. Okay, it's correct. It's correct. Please, the next
20.
one. 20. Okay, 20. Okay, it's taken. Please choose another number.
24.
24. Okay, good. 24 says, who is the author of the novel To Kill a Mockingbird? Who is the author of the novel To Kill a Mockingbird? A. Ernest Hemingway. B. Harper Lee. C. J.D. Salinger. D. F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Please, the options again.
Okay, the option again. Please, 10 seconds. Ernest Hemingway. B. Harper Lee. C. J.D. Salinger. D. F. Scott. A. Okay, that was very bad. Missed it. Please move to the next. Incorrect.
Number 10.
Are you sure? 10 is taken. Is the first.
9. Oh, sorry, 7.
Number 7 is taken. Yes.
Then let's go for 9.
9. Okay, what year was ECOWAS established? What year was ECOWAS established? A. 28 May 1975. B. 28 May 1970. C. 1st May 1966. D. 28 May 2000.
A.
A. Okay, let's give it to him. It's correct.
25.
25. 25 is taken, please. It's taken.
20.
20. 20 is taken.
19.
19, okay. Who was the first indigenous chartered accountant in Nigeria? Who was the first indigenous chartered accountant in Nigeria? A. Alhaji Razak. B. Nnamdi Okiwu-Digbo. C. John Adewuyi. D. Akintola Williams.
Akintola Williams.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Or you call a friend?
No, no, go
Yeah,
ahead.
sure. Okay, it's correct. Please give it to him.
Question 11.
Then, okay, let's move.
11. 11.
11. Okay. Let's go. Please, it's taken.
17.
17. It's taken.
16.
16. It's taken.
21.
21. Okay. 21. So a single decimal point. How many kilometer in a mile? So a single decimal point. How many kilometer in a mile? A. 1.6. B. 1.5. C. 2.0. D. 1.7.
The options again.
1.6 A. B. 1.5. C. 2.0. D. 1.7. We lost students. We don't know
C.
maths.
C.
What you say? Time up, please. The answer is ruled out already. Please give it to me. The answer is
Question
A.
2.
1.6.
Question 2.
Question 2. Is it taken? It's taken, please.
Question 3.
It's taken.
Taking 4.
It's taken.
Oh, okay. 34.
34. Okay, good. Okay. Which of the following jurists observe that legal system is a combination of primary rules and secondary rules? Which of the following jurists observe that legal system is a combination of primary rules and secondary rules? A. Jeremy. B. John Austin. C. Van Savin. D. Professor L.L. Art.
Professor L.L. Art.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Very sure.
Yeah.
It's correct. Give it to him. Next one.
Question 6.
Question 6. Is taken already.
13.
13. Okay. It's taken.
$29.
29. Okay. No 29. Please choose other number.
14.
Yeah, 14. Okay, 14 says, what was the first Nollywood film ever made? What was the first Nollywood film ever made? A. Living in Bondage. B. Palava.
B is correct.
Huh?
B is correct, Palava.
I'm not saying you're correct. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm very sure.
Please,
1920.
minus 10. Please give it to him. It's correct. Okay, let's move. This is the third round. Yes, last round. So please, what are the available numbers again?
Sorry, can I put that again? $31.
31, okay. What are the requirements for a valid and binding contract? I think it has gone. 31 is gone already. What? Yes. 12.
I didn't say 12.
Choose. Please call the numbers out for him again so he can. Bessie, please call the numbers out. $27. Okay, 27 says, which one of the following usually amounts to an offer? I repeat, which one of the following usually amounts to an offer? Goods sold through a machine. B. Advertisement. C. Display of goods. D. An invitation to submit a tender. A. Goods sold through a machine. B. Advertisement. C. Display of goods. D. An invitation to submit a tender. Thank you. Your time is up. Yes.
28.
28. Okay. When did Nigeria change from right-hand drive to the left-hand drive? When did Nigeria change from right-hand drive to the left-hand drive? A. 2nd April 1973. B. 1st April 1970. C. 2nd May 1972. D. 2nd April 1972.
2nd April 1972.
Okay. I'm sorry, you did very good. Thank you. Give it to him. It's correct.
Question 8.
Question 8. Okay. Okay. What is the principal effect of a counter offer?
No.
Please. It's taking 8. It's not taking. You just answered 8. So please give me another. Yes, give me another number, please.
$26.
26. Okay, 26 says, the case Jones and Badaverton is an important authority for. The case Jones and Badaverton is an important authority for A. Offer. B. Intention to create legal relations. C. Acceptance. D. Terms of contract.
B.
B. Don't give him the mic yet. You know. Yes, it's correct. Please give it to him. Please, yeah.
Number 12.
Number 12. You don't need to. Just calm down. Number 12. Okay. We go. Okay. Which of the following statement provides an accurate description of executory consideration? Which of the following statements provides an accurate description of executive consideration? A. Executive consideration is consideration that is yet to be provided. B. Executive consideration is consideration that is already been provided. C. Executory consideration is consideration that is promised following to the other party performance of an act. D, executive consideration is consideration that is insufficient in the eyes of the law.
A.
You're not even sure of the answer. A. Yes, it's correct. Please, it's correct. Thank you. Please, the last
30.
of, yeah?
30.
30. An offer can be terminated in many ways. Which one of the following is not an effective way to terminate an offer? Do I need to repeat that? Okay, good. Let's move to the options. A, rejection by the offeree. B, failure of a condition precedent. C, revoking the offer following acceptance. D, lapse of a reasonable time.
What is the last option?
Lapse of a reasonable time.
C.
Wow, C. Oh, that's good. Well, please give it to him. It's correct. So that is the end of the quiz today. So please, let's just give them a round of applause, Steve. Don't worry.
All right, please let's give them a very, very warm round of applause again. Thank you so much. It's been a very wonderful event, very, very interesting. Thank you all for coming. So right now, we would like to invite our author, the man of the day, the one whom we're all gathered here for today, in person of Mr. KINGSLEY EBIMOH, the author of The Lawyer in Embryo. Please, with a resounding round of applause, let's welcome him for his vote of thanks. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank God Almighty, from whom the inspiration to write this book came. I thank God also for making today a possibility. Particularly, I was worried what the weather condition is going to be like, whether we will have disturbance from the elements, maybe rain will disturb. But I am very grateful that we have a very clement weather, and God has given us that help and ability to gather here to celebrate this event with me. I thank God so much for your presence here. Permit me on behalf of myself and of course my dear wife, because if she hadn't given me that opportunity and the support, I wouldn't have achieved this today. So please help me to celebrate my wife, Mrs. Amarachi Ebimoh. Let me specially thank the chairman of today's event, Mr. Chukwukai Kwazom SN, for the honor he has done on me today, because I consider a man at his level accepting an invitation from me. I count it a privilege. So please help me to celebrate the learnership. May I also appreciate my mentors, not in a particular order, but let me respectfully thank the Professor of Law, Professor Bankole Shodipo SN. He threw his weight behind me while I was on this project. His mentorship, his word of advice, and even while I was planning for this launch, he will be encouraging me. He said, "You can do it." And I know how much those words pushed me up. And today I can say, Prof, though in absentia and represented, thank you very much for the role you play. I want to thank Professor Fabian Ajogu, SN, OFR. I want to also acknowledge the contribution of Mr. Professor John Akintola, who is eventually the person who wrote the foreword of the book that we are celebrating today. These men gave their time to give me direction in achieving this. Please, let's celebrate them. I will also recognize one of the book reviewer, the Leonard Silk, Mr. Inam Wilson, SN. In fact, he surprised me with his presence just yesterday. At a very short notice, he reached out to me and told me that he's going to be here today, and we could see his presence today makes a difference. Please help me celebrate the Leonard Silk. And for other special mentors and those who have impacted upon my life and my career in this legal adventure, I want to say I'm very grateful. Let me also recognize my own father. I call him a father in as much as the legal practice is concerned. I'm talking about no other person than Mr. Victor Ukuts, though in absentia. I would also like to recognize Mr. Collins Ayo and his wife in absentia. My special thanks also go to Mr. Wuba Hogo. I thank Chief Dr. Edith Ambang, the president of Akwa Ibom State Community in Lagos. These men are men of great repute in their capacity, but they made out time to join me in this occasion today. I'm grateful to God for the support received from the likes of Dr. Olumide Adedeji, Dr. Stephen Onya, Mr. Olabode Joseph, my spiritual fathers, Pastor Nicholas Erigo, Pastor Inacho Innocent and his wife, and all other spiritual fathers who have been behind the scene on my behalf. Let me also recognize very respectfully my colleagues and friends, in no other particular, Mr. Clement Odalome, Mr. Kazim Odunsi, Mr. Charles Adamu, Mrs. Ruth. I have other friends, Emeka Onyegacha, and all other friends who are here present. I'm very grateful for your support. I don't take it kindly. I want to welcome and also appreciate the president of Oron Union Lagos branch, in the person of Olap Joseph Nkeruwem, and all the ESCO members of the Oron Union. I recognize Sonny Obon, Olap Kerry Ewa, Olap Anderson Essen, Mr. Udwak Odonang and his wife. Thank you very much. Let me also thank Mr. Olabisi Makonjola, the chairman of MBA Lagos branch. When I reached out to him and he said I should bring the invitation to the office of the branch, and to my amazement, the chairman gave the privilege to have this event announced during the last MBA meeting that was held on Wednesday. That was a very great honor on me as a lawyer. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your contributions. I also like to thank the Christian Lawyers Fellowship of Nigeria, Lagos branch, Ikeja branch, and the Ikorodu branch. The chairman and the ESCOs of the Surulere Lawyers Forum, they are not left out. The Young Professionals Forum Surulere chapter. I would also like to thank the Deeper Life Campus Fellowship, Nigerian Law School, Lagos. I appreciate you all. Dr. Adefolashaye Adebayo, Mr. Folusho Ogunleye, Mr. Temitope Honore, you have been wonderful in this project. To all my wonderful fans and friends following this event online, to my illustrious book reviewers, Mr. Enam Wilson Essen, Augustine Okafor Esquire, Emmanuel Abraye Esquire, I appreciate you all. My keynote speaker has been very wonderful. Thank you very much, sir. To members of all the planning committees that we had, the anchor persons, including my very friend, Mr. Paul, you have been very wonderful, sir. Thank you. I recognize especially Ini, that was very fantastic, as well as Victoria. I appreciate you all. Ladies and gentlemen, today in history is a day to specially celebrate a great feat that have been attained by the special grace of God, and also from support from you as well. I must hope that readers and future generations who will have time to read this book, that they will draw wisdom and inspiration from the stories, ideas, and principles that have been expounded therein. And so I have nothing to offer you more than a word of appreciation. Thank you all, and I wish you safe journey back to your various destinations. Thank you.
Okay, please, the students' competition. I heard there's a tie. Is this something we can cushion the effect quickly? Okay, 2 rounds of questions for the 2 persons. We had a tie for the second place. Please, let us appreciate them. We have a first place winner. We have a tie for the second place. We'll take 2 questions for each. Whoever has the highest mark will continue, so that we can just say the closing prayer and move up. Very quickly, anchor persons.
All right, so you have 5 questions to answer this question. So after I call it out, so your time starts. So there are 3 questions here. Yeah, just 3. So you want answer one. Understand? So 1, 2, 3. Pick your number. So start from you. Number 2. What kind of system does England and Wales operate under? What kind of system does England and Wales operate under? A. civil law system, B, a common law system, C, an equitable system, D, none of the options given are correct. Common law is correct. Number 1. What is the difference between private law and public law? A. What is the difference between private law and public law? A. Private law refers to the relationship between individual citizens. Public law refers to the relationship between individual citizens and the state. B. Public law refers to the relationship between individual citizens. Private law refers to the relationship between individual citizens and the state. C. Private law relates to crimes committed inside the home. Public law relates to crime committed in public places. D. Private law relates to court hearings conducted in private. Public law relates to court hearings conducted in public. A is correct. All right. So there is just one question. So I'll add one more to it. And, okay. Right. Okay, let me just like one.
Please, they will get the same price. They are both at it. So whatever price is coming to the second and the third person, add it together and divide it by 2. Please. We are not going to force them to lose. They are winners. They have done brilliantly. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Please, I speak this to the university students. I think this program was more specifically pointing to you. I don't want you to see it as trivial. I want you to understand that there's a lot you have learned today. If you have the powers in your school, you can adjust your moot court processes to fit into something better that can touch the real world of law. You can learn to prepare your pleadings. If you have lawyer friends, you can meet with them. You can learn to prepare your pleadings for matters. You can learn to draft your affidavits. You can learn to prepare your statements on oath and the rest of them. Because I discovered that while I was going in the profession, that people who are the foundational basis of the law profession did better in school. People who their fathers were lawyers and they had been going to law firms, they had been looking at documents, they had been getting some explanations one way or the other. They were able to do better than the rest of us because they had a foundation that helped them. So I think you can take advantage of that. This is also a foundation. You can reach out to the author, you can reach out to anyone that you want to. Internship, very important. Don't joke with it. Don't let your holidays be about going home to relax. You can do 1 week, just see how it is. Follow a lawyer to court. Ask questions at the end of the day. I heard this, what does it mean? I think I started doing that before I was called to the bar. I just go to Ikeja High Court. I sit in the courtroom and listen to a lot of things. I didn't understand everything then, but now I do. Now I do. So I want you to take the clue. It's deeper than the words they have spoken. It will help you better. It will gear your interest in the profession. Thank you very much. Can we all stand up while I take the closing prayer so that we can call it a day? I want to congratulate my friend, KINGSLEY EBIMOH Esquire. This is a big feat. Like I said, I know what it means to write a book. My father has authored about 16 Christian books. It's not always easy to just relax and write. The learned Sikh said he will write when he gets money. Writing entails a lot of money. And in the present economic condition, you have spared out the time to do this. I say a big well done to you. I am proud of you, and I'm proud of your family. I extend special regards to your wife, who has allowed this to work out, because without the cooperation of the family, this won't be a success. I hope that whatever you have gained here, whether financially or as a profit or whatever it is, will be little compared to what you will gain outside there. I did not introduce you because I said that this book will introduce you itself. And I want every student here to ensure that this book gets into their library. Anything you can do for everyone to have this book is fine. I would encourage that you do it, so that we encourage ourselves, and that one day you'll be in this shoe and you will also get encouraged. Do you understand? I thank everyone who is here on behalf of the author. I know he has done his thanks. Let us pray. Our Father, we thank you for this time. It is not a mistake that we are here today. We have proven that we are here by divine assignment and by divine will of God. Father, we have done all that we should, and there's still time for us. The time for us to rejoice and to celebrate. And we pray that even as we go back home to our various places of abode, we shall get there safely in the name of Jesus. I pray that this will be the beginning of great blessings in the life of this author. He has written this to bless us. He did not monopolize or economize the knowledge you have given to him. He has spent resources in getting this done. And I pray that in multiple folds, you will bless him and bless his family in the name of Jesus. I pray for every student in this place. Because of this program, the spirit of excellence and exceptionality will come upon you in the name of Jesus. That in your academic field, whatever you lay your hands upon shall prosper. At the end of your academic years, you shall be excellent in the name of Jesus. This will make a difference in your heart. It will touch your spirit. It will enlarge your horizons, and it will make you think deeper. This book will bless you. Beyond the words in it, it will minister to your souls. So shall it be. In the name of God, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. I pray for everyone who has been instrumental to the success of this program. The media, the instrumentalists, the photographers, the protocols, the masters of ceremonies, the anchormen, and everyone in one way or the other have contributed in this beautiful project. They are blessed in the name of Jesus. In the same strength and even more, the Lord will bless you and grant you support in Jesus' name. Thank you, our dear Father. In Jesus' matchless name we have prayed. Amen, 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 in Jesus' name. My name is Paul Olaniyi once again, and I welcome everyone to this place again. Thank you very much.